a traditional motion picture story, the villains are usually defeated. The ending is a happy one. I can make no such promise for the picture you're about to watch. The story isn't over. You and the audience are part of the conflict.
More human beings were slaughtered in the 20th century than all previous centuries combined.
We're talking congressional record, 135 million dead.
Their entire purpose was to detach our culture from any moral anchors whatsoever.
You look at the changes in America since 1960, perhaps. The whole culture has been transformed.
They're coming out of the belief that the village should raise the child. The village means the government.
They have deliberately destroyed the American family, understanding that's the foundational block that builds a society.
We've come from Norman Rockwell's America to Hugh Hefner's America.
If we lose the Judeo-Christian framework, we're lost forever.
The left wants you to think that the cultural changes that have taken place in America since the 1960s have done nothing but progress us forward toward a brave new world.
They look at what holds society together, they understand it, but they don't want that. They want change, and they will subvert and rot every good and decent thing we believe in, because they have a vision for a new society, and that must mean the replacement of the old society.
This film will show that the brave new world they seek is nothing more than the failed policies and ideologies of the communism that enslaved over 1/3 of the world's population during the 20th century. It will show that most people on the left aren't communist, just the useful idiots Lenin spoke of, being used to promote a socialist agenda, which is the first and necessary step toward communism.
They basically try to say that the state itself is ultimate, that there's nothing, no law higher than the state, and if there's no law higher than the state, there's no appeal against it.
History has proven beyond any doubt that the free enterprise that freedom produces provides more for anyone willing to work than any other system. So why would the left still be pushing their socialist agenda on us? I mean, it's really just microwave communism. There's only two possibilities. They're either ignorant or they're evil. From my investigation over the last 2 years into what has caused America's drastic decline, I'm sorry to say the left won't be able to use the ignorant card. They've left too much evidence of their agenda in their books, articles, and speeches. No, America has an enemy that is getting very close to accomplishing its plan of destroying the greatest country in all world history.
Once people figure it out, they're going to do what people everywhere do. They're going to start protesting, and they're going to start revolting. And when that happens, that's when the powers that be feel threatened, and they use the power that they have.
this story really begins for me back in the summer of 1992. I got a phone call from an older gentleman I knew who was a writer, and he asked me if I'd go attend a meeting for him at the University of California, Berkeley. He told me that the Communist Party USA had recently split over differences of how to best take America down. Some were wanting to still work toward a violent revolution, while others were wanting to focus their efforts on using public policy to subvert America from the inside. He was curious what they had to say. I mean, after all, the Berlin Wall had just come down, the Soviet Union had dissolved, and the whole world was saying communism is dead. So why were they meeting, and what were they up to? I was in graduate school at the time, and the whole idea of slipping in undercover to a communist meeting sounded pretty neat, so I decided to go. The first surprise I had was when I walked into the auditorium. I was expecting it to be filled with college radicals, but instead it was 50, 60, and 70-year-olds, grandparents, professionally dressed with briefcases, and I realized this might be a little more serious than I thought. As the weekend unfolded, I listened carefully as they outlined their plan and agenda, and how they were going to infiltrate the institutions of America to influence us in the direction they wanted us to go. To destroy our families, they wanted to promote cohabitation instead of marriage. They wanted to try to get children away into government programs at the earliest age possible. And they also said they'd like to get behind the feminist movement because they felt it had been very successful in making women discontent with marriage and motherhood. To destroy business, they wanted to get behind the environmental movement. And in 1992, the environmental movement was very modest, but they thought it was the only vehicle capable of creating enough regulation and red tape to discourage business growth. And finally, to destroy our culture of religion and morality, they said, if we can get Americans to accept homosexuality, they thought it would begin to extinguish our traditional moral values Americans held. I remember thinking at the time, this plan doesn't seem very realistic. It's not something I'll need to worry about in my lifetime. It was 15 years later, I was appointed by the governor to be a state representative in the legislature. I'd only lived in my district for 2 years, so I thought it'd be a good idea if I wrote a monthly letter to the editor. Each month I wrote on a different topic. In January 2008, as I was contemplating what to write my letter on, I thought back to the meeting in 1992, and I thought of the goals they'd outlined and where America was today, and I couldn't believe how successful they had been. Our families were totally disintegrating. The environmental movement had become the most powerful force for destroying our free markets, and hate crimes legislation was being considered in Washington, D.C. that made it a crime to even say anything against the homosexual movement. I realized people needed to know what was going on. After I wrote this letter, within days, people were protesting at the Capitol. It was a feature story on the evening news.
Controversial comments have state legislators buzzing tonight.
After a freshman lawmaker alleges the communist agenda has infiltrated mainstream America. It's the big story, live at 6.
And over 40 letters to the editor had been printed in response to what I'd said.
Hey, I just wanted to give you support on your newspaper article. Don't let them grind you down. Fight.
I realized then I'd hit on something. One of the letters written in my defense stated that a book from 1958 had outlined a similar agenda. And this got my attention. The book was The Naked Communists by Cleon Skousen, who had been a former FBI agent. And inside the book it documented 45 current communist goals from 1958. And as I slowly read through the list, seeing how specific their agenda had been to subvert us on the inside, I couldn't believe it.
They'd accomplished almost every single one of them, and nobody seemed to be noticing. For at least the last 50 years, they've been working actively behind the scenes, in the shadows, trying to move our people and our culture in a direction that was designed to destroy us.
Someone needed to find out the truth of what had happened to our country. Could all of these very specific goals have been accomplished by accident? Or was there something there, under the surface, intentionally rotting away America's culture? I decided to go and get the facts from some of my favorite writers and speakers around the country. These are a few of the questions I asked them.
Myth is that communism is dead, but there are more Communist Party members in the world today than there ever have been.
One of the things the communists are doing worldwide is not using that name. And so what we have is people with some of the same ideas masquerading in the United States under a variety of names. They're even trying to get away from the word liberal to describe them, and they're trying to call themselves progressives. If you go to the American Communist Party website, all of the programs and policies they support are progressive.
So progressives are anything from a hardcore liberal to a communist to a socialist. They all call themselves progressives, and they all have broadly the same values and work together.
J. Edgar Hoover is called the masters of deceit. And a good magician waves one hand in the air while he's doing his dirty work with the other hand. And while everybody's saying communism has died, they moved through much of Africa.
Communism is resurgent in South Africa.
Into South and Central America.
Right now, 6 countries in Latin America are now communistic. We have communist China. We have Cuba, North Korea. We have Vietnam.
It still dominates behind the scene in Russia. It's still very strong in Eastern Europe. It is strong in the EU. It is strong in virtually every country in the world.
Whittaker Chambers said, communism succeeds because most people that promote communist causes are not communist. The useful idiots, that Lenin called them, it gives it an air of legitimacy it would never have if it was identified with communists and communism.
So why has it been so easy for them to get people on the left who aren't communist to push forward their agenda? Once I looked at the political scale, it all started to make sense. On the far left, you have 100% government, and on the far right, zero government. Anarchy is no government and doesn't make sense at all. On the far left, you have socialism, communism, and Nazism, all systems that have a socialist form of government with only slight variances between them. Traditionally, Republicans were slightly to the right of center, and Democrats were slightly to the left. In recent years, though, through the radical influence of the media, Hollywood, and the multitude of Marxist professors in our universities, both parties have slid to the left, with the Democrats going so far they have openly joined hand in hand with the radicals. That's why they all work together. All the groups on the left now have the same goal, a socialist America.
I thought we were over communism. I thought, okay, we won that battle. The Berlin Wall came down. Ronald Reagan won the day. We've got to look and see how he fought this, because we're fighting it again on American soil. Not hostilely attacking us like we feared in the Cold War. It is from within.
And it has no opposition. None. And that's the frightening thing.
My father was, he is on the left here, my father was officer of the General Staff of the Soviet Army. He was inspector of land forces, Soviet troops stationed in countries like Mongolia, Cuba, East European countries. This is the picture taken at the entrance of my Institute of Oriental Languages. It's a part of Moscow State University. As every Soviet student, I was, quote-unquote, volunteering for harvesting grain in Kazakhstan. By the end of my training in school, I was recruited by the KGB. This picture was taken on that day, and you can see again how happy it feels to be recruited by the KGB. Pay special attention to number of bottles on the table. One of my functions was to keep foreign guests permanently intoxicated the moment they land at Moscow airport. In 1967, the KGB attached me to this magazine, Look magazine. A group of 12 people arrived to USSR from United States to cover the 50th anniversary of October Socialist Revolution in my country. From the first page to the last page, it was a package of lies.
Our conversation is with Mr. Yuri Alexandrovich Bezmenov. Mr. Bezmenov was born in 1939 in a suburb of Moscow. He was the son of a high-ranking Soviet Army officer. He was educated in the elite schools inside the Soviet Union and became an expert in Indian culture and Indian languages. He had an outstanding career with Novosti, which was the, and still is, I should say, the press arm or the press agency of the Soviet Union. It turns out that this is also a front for the KGB. One of his interesting assignments was to brainwash foreign diplomats when they visited Moscow. And he'll tell us a little bit about how they did this and how they planted information which eventually wound up in the press of the free world. He escaped to the West in 1970 after becoming totally disgusted with the Soviet system, and he did this at great risk to his life. He certainly is one of the world's outstanding experts on the subject of Soviet propaganda and disinformation and active measures. Well, getting back to life inside the Soviet Union or inside communist countries in general, in this country, at the university level primarily, we read and hear that the Soviet system is different from ours, but not that different, and that there is a convergence developing between all of the systems of the world. And that really doesn't make an awful lot of difference what system you live under, because you have corruption and dishonesty and tyranny and all that sort of thing. From your personal experience, what is the difference between life under communism and life in the United States?
Well, life is obviously very much different for simple reason that the Soviet Union is a state capitalist economically. It's a state capitalism where an individual has absolutely no rights, no value. His life is nothing. It's just like an insect. He is disposable. Whereby in the United States, even the worst criminal is treated as a human being. He has a fair trial, and some of them capitalize on their crimes. They publish their memoirs in their prisons and get handsomely paid by your crazy publishers. The differences, of course, in the daily life are very various, depending on whom we are talking about. In my own private life, I never suffered from communism simply because I was brought up in a family of high-ranking military officer. Most of the doors were open for me. Most of my expenses were paid by the government, and I never had any troubles with the authorities or with the police. So, in other words, I would say I enjoyed, or I had good reasons to enjoy, all the advantages of so-called socialist system. Mm-hmm. My main motivations to defect had nothing to do with affluence. It was mainly moral indignation, moral protest, rebellion against the inhuman methods of the Soviet system.
Well, specifically, what did you object to?
I objected, first of all, against oppression of my own dissidents and intellectuals. And that was the most disgusting thing that I witnessed as a young man, young student, who was brought up a very troublesome period in our history, from Stalin to Khrushchev, from total tyranny and oppression to some kind of liberalization. Second, when I started working for the Soviet embassy in India, to my horror, I discovered that we are millions times more oppressive than any colonial or imperialist power in the history of mankind, that my country brings to India not freedom, progress, and friendship between the nations, but racism, exploitation, and slavery, and of course economical inefficiency to this country. I decided to defect and to entirely dissociate myself from that brutal regime. There are close to 25 to 30 million of Soviet citizens who are virtually kept as slaves in forced labor camp system. The size of the population of a country like Canada is serving terms as prisoners.
Incredible.
So I would say that those intellectuals who try to convince American public that concentration camp system is a thing of a past are either conscientiously misleading public opinion, or they are not very intellectual people. They're selectively blind. They lack intellectual honesty when they say that.
I think it's pretty clear to see communism isn't dead. They now disguise it by calling it different names, but the ideas behind it are alive and well. Almost 1.5 billion people still live in openly communistic countries. But unfortunately, most of us in America who are under the age of 50 have no idea what communism means to the people who live under it. So my next question was, what's so bad about communism?
Communism is so evil.
It's a completely tyrannical system.
The whole history of communism is one of mass murder.
Tens of millions of people brutally murdered by the communists.
The mass murder of more people in times of peace in all the wars of history combined.
Each of those countries where they have taken control, millions have been murdered.
When you're asking for what is the legacy of Marxism, it is the greatest killing machine in all of human history.
We're talking congressional record, 135 million dead due to communism. I think the real number is probably, when you add in abortions, over 500 million.
The rulers lived rather well, and at the same time you have all kinds of people who were enslaved, put in prison, oppressed, so you had really the opposite of what they claimed was going to be the result of their revolutionary activities.
You would think that if the 20th century was the most murderous of centuries, everyone would say, let's find out why. And the truth is, you can't even ask the question. It is verboten to ask the question because the ideas that brought about that mass murder are still being taught in our public schools today.
I think one of the reasons this has happened is because there's so much confusion surrounding the word communism. Technically speaking, communism is simply the final phase and goal of socialism. And socialism is best described by two words: big government. Government controls almost everything, and they use this power to take things by force from one person and give it to another. The liberals in America sincerely believe that this isn't evil at all. It is what will finally make things fair and just. There's only one problem that pulls some of us away from this wonderful utopian vision: history. From history we see that whether it was Hitler's National Socialism or Stalin's Soviet Socialism, socialism by whatever name and in all its forms is the ultimate evil. Sooner or later, it destroys everything in its path: law, morality, family, prosperity, productivity, education, incentive, and finally life itself. The problem with socialism is that it creates the conditions for a Stalin or a Hitler to come to power.
He's a fascist. For decades, this has been a favorite smear of the left aimed at those on the right. Every Republican president, for that matter, virtually every Republican, since the 1970s has been called a fascist, now more than ever. This label is based on the idea that fascism is a phenomenon of the political right. The left says it is, and some self-styled white supremacists and neo-Nazis embrace the label. But are they correct? To answer this question, we have to ask what fascism really means. What is its underlying ideology? Where does it even come from? These are not easy questions to answer. We know the name of the philosopher of capitalism, Adam Smith. We know the name of the philosopher of Marxism, Karl Marx. But who's the philosopher of fascism? Yes, exactly. You don't know. Don't feel bad. Almost no one knows. This is not because he doesn't exist, but because historians, most of whom are on the political left, had to erase him from history in order to avoid confronting fascism's actual beliefs. So let me introduce him to you. His name is Giovanni Gentile. Born in 1875, he was one of the world's most influential philosophers in the first half of the 20th century. Gentile believed that there were two diametrically opposed types of democracy. One is liberal democracy, such as that of the United States, which Gentile dismisses as individualistic, too centered on liberty and personal rights, and therefore selfish. The other, the one Gentile recommends, is true democracy, in which individuals willingly subordinate themselves to the state. Like his philosophical mentor Karl Marx, Gentile wanted to create a community that resembles the family, a community where we are all in this together. It's easy to see the attraction of this idea. Indeed, it remains a common rhetorical theme of the left. For example, at the 1984 convention of the Democratic Party, the governor of New York, Mario Cuomo, likened America to an extended family, where, through the government, people all take care of each other. Nothing's changed. 30 years later, a slogan of the 2012 Democratic Party convention was, "The government is the only thing we all belong to." They might as well have been quoting Gentile. Now remember, Gentile was a man of the left. He was a committed socialist. For Gentile, fascism is a form of socialism, indeed, its most workable form. While the socialism of Marx mobilizes people on the basis of class, fascism mobilizes people by appealing to their national identity as well as their class. Fascists are socialists with a national identity. German fascists in the 1930s were called Nazis, basically a contraction of the term National Socialist. For Gentile, all private action should be oriented to serve society. There's no distinction between the private interest and the public interest. Correctly understood, the two are identical. And who is the administrative arm of society? It's none other than the state. Consequently, to submit to society is to submit to the state, not just in economic matters, but in all matters. Since everything is political, the state gets to tell everyone how to think and what to do. It was another Italian, Benito Mussolini, the fascist dictator of Italy from 1922 to 1943, who turned Gentile's words into action. In his Dottrina del Fascismo, one of the doctrinal statements of early fascism, Mussolini wrote, "All is in the state, and nothing human exists or has value outside the state." He was merely paraphrasing Gentile. The Italian philosopher is now lost in obscurity, but his philosophy could not be more relevant because it closely parallels that of the modern left. Gentile's work speaks directly to progressives who champion the centralized state. Here in America, the left has vastly expanded state control over the private sector, from healthcare to banking, from education to energy. This state-directed capitalism is precisely what German and Italian fascists implemented in the 1930s. Leftists can't acknowledge their man Gentile because that would undermine their attempt to bind conservatism to fascism. Conservatism wants small government so that individual liberty can flourish. The left, like Gentile, wants the opposite, to place the resources of the individual and industry in the service of a centralized state. To acknowledge Gentile is to acknowledge that fascism bears a deep kinship to the ideology of today's left. So they will keep Gentile where they've got him, dead, buried, and forgotten. But we should remember, or the ghost of fascism will continue to haunt us. I'm Dinesh D'Souza for Prager University.
Why is it good?
Because it's the Wall Street Journal.
How is it Wall Street when it says Occupy?
I'm sorry, what?
How is it Wall Street when it says Occupy?
It's the Wall Street Journal.
Well,
the occupied Wall Street.
Well, yeah, exactly. So what are they trying to achieve? I wonder. We're just having this discussion.
Educate people.
Educate about what?
About the greed in our government and how it just ruins the world.
How does it ruin the world?
Because they use money to get more money because they're greedy, and the way they do that is starting wars, stealing oil, confining people, you know, all of that shit.
Really? So
we have over 100 military bases around the world.
Well, nothing wrong with that, but let me ask you this. If are you against the profit, against greed, against capitalism? I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah.
You're against capitalism.
Why wouldn't I? What's bad about it?
And if you're against capitalism, what are you going to replace it with?
A true democracy?
What is a true democracy?
Where the people control the land that they live in?
How are you going to accomplish that?
I guess it's a long road, huh?
Okay, give me step 1, step 2, step 3. Give me sort of a roadmap of how to achieve that.
Well, see, we live in a democracy.
But no, we don't. We don't have a democracy.
It's supposed to be a democracy.
Do you remember what Benjamin Franklin used to say about democracy?
What did he say?
Did you go to school here?
I'm sorry, what?
You went to school here, right?
Schools around here are horrible, dude.
Horrible, I agree. All liberal. But the point I'm trying to make is that he said that democracy is when two wolves and a lamb are voting what to have for lunch.
So what do you think we should do?
Well, we have the best system that has ever been created, constitutional republic. Representative republic.
Our constitution's out the window right now.
How so? Are you against the American Constitution?
These people, the NYPD, they can take me indefinitely without reading me any rights.
Really?
They can throw me in prison for 72 hours.
What do you think will happen in a socialist country? And has there ever been a socialist country before?
I don't believe so.
So there has never been a socialist country?
Is there?
I'm asking you, I don't know. I'm happy with capitalism. I'm as happy as I can be.
You're okay with NYPD using their own tow trucks and taking towing trucks out of business?
If you break the law, they follow the law. That's how it works. If there's a new law, they follow whatever the law is right now until the law is being changed. Here's an example.
You can't change the law.
Of course you can. That's what people do all the time.
We're trying.
Well, of course they do change the laws all the time. That's what the Congress is for.
Well, they just institute more laws. They don't actually. I don't think they change them. They just keep bringing more into effect.
Well, they change laws. They make new laws. Exactly. It's changing because we're changing. The system is changing. Things are changing. Technology is changing. A lot of things are changing, right? So the thing is that this gentleman, Valerie and me, we just met. We all came from USSR. Okay. And we were just talking about...
Awesome. I'd love to live in Russia.
Really? Well, let me give you an example of life in USSR. In USSR, if you're walking like this, you're talking about police just grabbing you?
Yeah.
In USSR, for no reason whatsoever, they will take you away, and your relatives will never, ever hear from you again. And that happens to tens of millions of people.
Why isn't that talked about?
What's that?
I've never heard of that. Why isn't that talked about?
Because this is what they like to call socialism or communism. But they use the word socialism and communism to hide the true meaning of the system, which is totalitarian regime or dictatorship.
Right.
So whenever you try this Wall Street Occupy, you know how it's going to end up? Dictatorship.
You think?
I know. And here's the reason why. Lenin in 1917 had really great slogans, just like you have great slogans. He used to say, remember, power to the people. Sounds great, right? Bread to the people. Sounds great. What other slogans were over there? Land to the peasants. So those are great slogans, right? Well, guess what? At the same time, Lenin was instituting what he himself called the Red Terror, killing thousands up to millions eventually of people, innocent people, and that's the key word, innocent people without due process. So is this something that...
same slogan. But what if the whole world kind of agreed on
how can you talk about the whole world?
Because the whole world's doing it.
The whole world agree on something, then just three of us are standing over here and we cannot agree on certain things. Three of us. You want 7 billion people to agree on something? And if you want
what if it's nothing? We don't agree on nothing and it's just there. We just live.
Well, that's why every country follows it a certain way. So if you look at the standard of living, if you look at the freedoms, there is no better country in the world than the United States of America. Give me another example where the system is better than the United States of America. One example.
Sorry, what?
Give me one example where people live better than the way we live here in this country in terms of freedoms, in terms of opportunities.
Canada?
Okay, well, let's assume for argument's sake. Well, let's say for argument's sake, Canada. Okay, fine. But Canada basically has the same system that we have over here, more or less. You know, slight differences, but generally speaking, it's the same capitalist system. So you wanted to change to, you said, something different.
A true democracy, but...
What is a true democracy? What is it?
When the people actually control the land.
Well, we control where the people who...
are actually heard.
Well, our voices are heard. I mean, there are so many TV shows. I mean, you're here.
People, you know?
What's that?
They use dead people for votes, you know, like...
Well, okay, let's say for argument's sake, let's say this is happening, okay? But in dictatorship, you don't vote at all. I mean, your votes don't count at all. It doesn't matter. Look at the election in Iran, for example. Remember? Look what's happening, well, I guess, in a way, in Syria today. I mean, people are trying to vote. In the end, they get killed. Ahmadinejad got sort of elected, and innocent people were killed in the streets. So, how can you say that we don't have freedoms over here when we have most opportunities and most freedoms that anyone has ever had in the history of humanity? Isn't it so? Because of the system that we have today. You want to change that?
Yeah. Because I think it's hiding everything and letting our system control the rest of the world.
How does our system control the rest of the world?
We have military bases.
So what? Because of military? Remember, do you remember what happened in
Israel? Israel's on an expansion mark where they're going to take over Iran. I mean, that's just one example.
Wait.
We took over Israel.
Okay,
we assigned the Shah. We control Israel.
Let me ask you this. Let's say you live in Buffalo. Okay, and Buffalo is, is very close borders over Rochester, borders Canada.
I live in Rochester.
Good. So Canada is right there. Okay. So imagine that in the middle of the night, all of a sudden, rockets start falling on your house from Canada. What are you gonna do? Yeah. Well, what are you gonna do if Canadians will start sending rockets to Rochester? Because they want the United States of America to be eliminated from Earth.
I think a lot of people do.
So what are you going to do? You're an American citizen, you live in Rochester, Canadians are sending rockets to Rochester. What are you going to do?
Well, send rockets back.
Oh, exactly.
That's bad.
Exactly. So what happens in Israel?
Israel, we control Israel. We're trying to take over Iran. What do you mean? You think because bombs have been dropped?
Well, Israel was... Do you like the United Nations? Do you support the United Nations?
Kind of, not really.
Well, very kind of. I'm not the really big fan of United Nations at all, to say the least.
They don't really stay true to their word.
But the point is that the United Nations was the body where the most countries, the world countries, they voted for the creation of the State of Israel. So it was a legal entity. I mean, let's forget about the fact that Israel has existed there 2,000 years back. So even what was there 3,000 years back? When Jesus Christ was over there and before, what was there? Was it called Palestine? No. Have you heard the countries such as Judea, for example, King Solomon, Mesopotamia, King Solomon, right? The Jews lived there, right? They spoke, by the way, the same language that they speak today, right? They worship the same God that they worship today, some 3,000 years ago, right? So the Jews have been living there way before anyone was called a Palestinian, correct? But let's forget about that part of history. Let's talk about the recent history. So the State of Israel was created, right? Because before it was the State of Israel, you know what was there?
Palestine?
No. It was the Ottoman Empire. You know, for the Turks were there. So the Muslims lived over there, the Jews lived over there. Okay, so they lived together in the same land, but it all belonged to Turkey, to the Ottoman Empire, right? So after the Holocaust, after 6 million Jews were exterminated by the Nazis, the world decided that the Jews finally deserved their own place. And there was voting. You like democracy, right? So you support voting? the majority decided that the state of Israel has to be created?
I don't vote because I don't think.
Well, the United Nations, you say democracy,
okay.
So let's go power. So the state of Israel was created, right? The minute when Ben Gurion, the first prime minister or president of Israel, declared independence in Tel Aviv, in Dizengoff House, I visited it when I was in Israel, the rockets started falling on Israel. What was Israel to do? We're talking about the legal entity, the legal state. They created two states, the state of Palestine, the state of Israel. The Jews said, okay, we'll take it. What did the Palestinians do? They could have had their land for somewhat 70 or so years already, but they refused. And they refused because they said, you know what? We don't want Israel. We want to kill every single Jew. They should either convert to Islam or we'll just throw them into the sea. What were the Jews to do? There was a legally designated border. The state created by the United Nations.
I think there's a lot of shit behind that we have no idea about. But why are you rolling your eyes at me? You just told me a simple thing like...
Well, because it's just look, if you don't believe the facts, I mean, what else can I tell you? I mean,
I'm not saying I don't believe you.
Well, you just said, oh, there's a lot of, to quote you, shit happening that we don't know. Well, this is very simple. I mean, these are simple facts. You can go to any liberal, right, left sources, you'll get the same exact facts. The dates,
when you feel like they were threatened when the Jews got their own state? You don't feel that they were threatened at all?
The Jews were threatened?
No. You don't feel that the Palestinians were threatened at all when Israel was created?
Who started the war? Like I said, you live in Rochester. You mind your own business, okay? This is your city. You go to school. You do whatever you do. You protest. I mean, it's your business. All of a sudden, the Canadians say, you know what, we want to take Rochester because we don't think that Rochester has the rights to exist. We want to take it over. What are you going to do?
Like you said, or like I said, I'm back.
See, that's exactly what Israel is doing. So that's what's happening over there. You know, they're saying if the Arabs didn't have the arms, they would have been peace. If the Israel didn't have the arms, there wouldn't have been Israel. Ever heard this expression?
I don't know if that would be true. I think they're just protecting something that they live on.
They protect their land just like you would protect Rochester.
Right.
So it's a normal thing. What the Israelis do, they protect themselves. When nobody attacks them, they mind their own business. That's what they do.
Why do they have the most advanced military in the world?
Because how many Israelis are there in Israel? How many people?
It's a small state.
What's that?
It's a small state.
It's a small state. How many Arabs are there? All enemies.
They're everywhere.
Exactly, all enemies. So what is Israel to do? If they didn't have that much military, they were being destroyed. They wouldn't have existed, just like Rochester wouldn't have existed. If the whole Canada was against Rochester, not the United States, but just one Rochester, what would Rochester do? I guess beef up with military as much as it can, right? So that's exactly what Israel is doing. Makes sense?
It makes perfect sense.
Okay. See, simple logic.
Right.
So we can agree on something, right?
Hey man, you're telling me something.
Okay, good. So use not just the brains, but common sense. That's my favorite expression. Common sense. See, in just 15 minutes or so, it's common sense and simple facts. I'm not getting deep or some obscure facts. I mean, this is something that everyone knows. I mean, everyone. You know, I know, everyone in the street knows that. But just use simple logic, and then all of a sudden, you think, it actually makes sense, right? God bless capitalism.
God bless capitalism.
Yes. This is something that works. Okay?
Thank you. Capitalism.
Yes. Take it back. I don't need it.
Я как бы very of you. Очень хорошо
Yeah, hey, how's it going?
Oh, very good, thank you.
Well, you're on the mic right now. What, are you here to support Trump?
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah? Of course.
Tell me why.
Well, the state of our country...
Wait a minute, because you're racist, right?
Yeah, I'm racist. No, I can't play that card. As a Latino, no, I'm a Latino for Trump. And believe me, I love the United States. I came here. I lost my country to socialism. The United States gave me another chance.
What country are you from?
Ecuador.
Ecuador, okay.
Yeah, Ecuador. It just went down to the drain with socialism. I came here, and it's beautiful. I'm in love with the United States. I became a citizen 2013. 9 years of 9 years of waiting and everything. I did it legally. Right. It was a hassle, but now I am very proud.
Fist bump. All right. A lady from Australia over there. It took her 7 years. Standing up over
7
there.
years. Oh,
yeah.
really?
You know, and that's it. It's a process, but you know what? I think when it's done and you're in, right?
Yeah.
I think it's worth it.
Yeah, I know. And the thing is, believe me, it was just not, just becoming an American. No, becoming an American is also understanding the values, the principles on which the land was founded. I have read everything about Washington, Jefferson, because, I feel I own so much to the United States. I don't feel that the United States owns me anything. I own this country a lot, and this country is these people. And yeah, I see in Trump a chance to, get back in the path we need to do. And I also read a bunch of Ayn Rand, so I also go that way. That's it. Oh, if I can show you. This is like...
What do you got? Is that your citizenship card?
Citizen. Look at that. Hold on, let's put it like that.
Nice. There we go. The legal way.
Yeah.
All right.
Makes it official.
And so when did you leave Ecuador?
Oh, Jesus, 2004?
2004.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was... And the funny thing is this. Rafael Correa, the socialist president, he was my teacher in school.
Really?
Yeah, he was my teacher. And we thought, oh my God, he's such an idealist. He will do great. Well, he got...
Well, what happened?
He got on power. He began to do a lot of populist things, giving everything free. Oh, we run out of money. Well, let's get China in bed. This is the thing. This guy has just sold the future of Ecuador, like generations ago. And they want to do this here too. Right. I cannot stand.
They want to sell the power plants, the toll roads to the highest bidder.
That's the thing.
Globalists.
Yeah. No, and the thing is this, like...
You ever read John Perkins? Confessions of an Economic Hitman?
Yeah. I read that one. It's amazing. But the thing is this, the whole world is going to the crapper. You see what happened in Europe, you go to Latin America. The United States is still one place where you can, oh my God, it's like, the United States was the most successful human experiment so far.
Right.
And we can lose it. It's only 200 years. So we're fighting for that. Like, if you see history, everything has been like crap after crap after crap. The United States was like ideals at work. That's it, man.
All right. Thanks a lot. Have a good one.
Hey.
When people describe particularly evil individuals or regimes, why is it that they use the terms Nazi or fascist, but almost never communist? Given the unparalleled amount of human suffering communists have caused, why is communist so much less a term of revulsion than Nazi? Communists killed 70 million people in China, more than 20 million people in the Soviet Union, not including about 5 million Ukrainians, and almost 1 out of every 3 Cambodians. And communists enslaved entire nations in Russia, Vietnam, China, Eastern Europe, North Korea, Cuba, and much of Central Asia. They ruined the lives of well over 1 billion people. So why doesn't communism have the same terrible reputation as Nazism? Reason number 1, there is, simply put, widespread ignorance of the communist record. Whereas both right and left loathe Nazism and teach its evil history, the left, and I'm talking about the left, not traditional liberals, like Harry Truman or John F. Kennedy, has never loathed communism. And since the left dominates academia, almost no one teaches communism's evil history. Reason number 2, the Nazis carried out the Holocaust. Nothing matches the Holocaust for pure evil. The rounding up of virtually every Jewish man, woman, child, and baby on the European continent and sending them to die is unprecedented and unparalleled. The communists killed far more people than the Nazis, but never match the Holocaust in the systemization of genocide. The uniqueness of the Holocaust and the enormous attention rightly paid to it have helped ensure that Nazism has a worse name than communism. Reason number 3. Communism is based on nice-sounding theories. Nazism isn't. It's based on heinous-sounding theories. Intellectuals in general, including, of course, the intellectuals who write history, are seduced by words, so much so that they deem actions as less significant than words. For that reason, they haven't focused nearly as much attention on the horrific actions of communists as they have on the horrific actions of the Nazis. They dismiss the evils of communists as perversions of true communism, but they regard Nazi atrocities, correctly, as the logical and inevitable results of Nazism. Reason number 4. Germans have thoroughly exposed the evils of Nazism, have taken responsibility for them, and have attempted to atone for them. Russians have not done anything similar regarding Lenin's or Stalin's horrors. To the contrary, Lenin, the father of Soviet communism, is still widely venerated in Russia. And as regards Stalin, as University of London Russian historian Donald Rayfield puts it, quote, people still deny, by assertion or implication, Stalin's Holocaust, unquote. Even less so as China exposed the greatest mass murderer and enslaver of them all, Mao Zedong. Mao remains revered in China. Every Chinese currency note has his picture on it. Until Russia and China and Vietnam and Cuba and North Korea acknowledge the evils their countries committed under communism, communism's evils will remain less known than the evils of the German state under Hitler. Reason number 5. Communists murdered mostly their own people. The Nazis, on the other hand, killed very few fellow Germans. World opinion, that largely meaningless and amoral term, deems the murder of members of one's own group far less noteworthy than the murder of outsiders. That's why, for example, blacks killing millions of fellow blacks in Africa elicits almost no attention from world opinion. And reason number 6. In the view of the left, the last good war was World War II, the war against German Nazism and Japanese fascism. The left does not regard wars against communist regimes as good wars. For example, the American war against Vietnamese communism is regarded as immoral, and the war against Korean communism and its Chinese communist backers is simply ignored. Until the left and all the institutions influenced by the left acknowledge how evil communism has been, we will continue to live in a morally confused world. In the meantime, all good people owe it to the victims of communism to learn what happened to them. Even worse than being murdered or enslaved is a world that doesn't even know that you were. I'm Dennis Prager.
conservative thinker Ayn Rand said, "There is no difference between communism and socialism, except the way of achieving the same ultimate goal. Communism proposes to enslave men by force. Socialism, by voting, is the same difference between murder and suicide."
Young people don't know anything about these terms. They've never been told anything about the founders, how all this stuff was worked out. They don't know anything about the Roman Empire and how it started as the Roman Republic. No, we got to start from scratch. So if we say freedom to young people, all they hear is freedom. Well, of course there's freedom. Everybody's free. The world is free. Everybody's free. We're all free. No. Freedom's a little bubble that's maintained by men and women who sign on the dotted line, put their lives at risk to keep that world of horror away from this little Disneyland of freedom that we live in. But they don't appreciate that. So when we talk about selling freedom to young people, we have to get down to the brass tacks that they understand. And really, when you get down to it, folks, if you want to sell freedom to young people, it's pretty simple. Freedom just means, do you want to be left alone, or do you want to be told what to do? Which one? And if you go to a group of college students anywhere, including Berkeley or anywhere else, and you say to them, do you want to be left alone, or do you want to be told what to do? They'll all say they want to be left alone. I can't remember where this was. It was either the University of Toronto or Oberlin. I'm pretty sure it was Oberlin, not positive. It very likely was Oberlin. Oberlin, for those of you who don't know, is Oberlin College, the most liberal college in America. Oberlin is where freedom and logic go to die. And I was in a room full of students at Oberlin, I think it was Oberlin, and arena seating, and reasonably full crowd. And I said, how many of you out there think you're socialists? And about 7 out of 10 raised their hands. About 7 out of 10. So I said to them, all right, well, you're socialist, I'm a capitalist. What is your core belief? What's your core tenet? What do you really believe in? Well, you asked them to define what they believed in as socialists. They couldn't tell you. And after a time, I kind of said, you know, it's not really my job to argue your position for you, but I'll do it anyway because I got a little time on my hands. Aren't you basically saying from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs? Yes, that's socialism. So we'll come back to that in a second. So if you look at this group full of students in Oberlin, you say to these liberals, and we don't want to use that word anymore, these progressives, these collectivists at Oberlin or right over at Berkeley, and you just ask them, say, listen, put aside all the labels, put aside the R's and the D's, Republicans, Democrats, all that stuff, put it aside. Raise your hand if you want to be left alone. And they will. Now raise your hand if you want to tell people what to do. Raise your hand if you're the kind of person that likes to tell other people what to do. Now some of them do want to tell other people what to do, but none of them will raise their hands. So, if you want to be left alone, that means you value freedom. So which party is the party about being left alone? Well, who is it that's trying to tell you that you have to have a certain kind of healthcare that is only approved by a certain number of people? Who's telling you there should be thousands of choices in healthcare? Which party is telling you that you have to wear a safety helmet when you take a shower? And then I'm saying, no, man, if you want to get out there and ride your bike out and go out there, do it. Which party is talking about loud guns and fast cars and hot women? And which party is the party constantly trying to tell you you have to have this kind of car, this is your temperature setting, this is what's going to happen, this is what you've got to do? Which party are the party of the weenies saying, no, you can't do that, you can't do that, can't do that, can't do that, and the other party saying, hey man, you know, get out of my face and leave me alone. If you want to be left alone, and you don't want to tell other people what to do, then don't you want the smallest government possible, because they're the only people that can wield guns, you know. If you don't like McDonald's, don't go to McDonald's. But if you don't like what the government's doing and you don't want to pay them their money, sooner or later people with guns will show up and they will take their money by force. So if you don't like being told what to do, wouldn't you be in favor of reducing to the smallest possible size the only thing out there that can actually force you into doing what you don't want to do? Yeah. Congratulations, you're a third of the way to being a conservative. Very simple. Do you want to be left alone? Yes, me too. Congratulations, we're on the same page. Now, private property is a little tougher sell because wealth has been demonized by the left, because the left's entire reason for existence, the reason they obtain political power, is by saying to some people, vote for me, and we'll use the power of the guns of the government to take stuff from those people and give it to you. So wealth has to be demonized, because if wealth is not demonized, if wealth is in fact a reward for hard work and more hard work, then taking that is stealing, and stealing's wrong. We don't want to be thieves, do we? No. So wealth has to be unearned, and it has to be demonized, and they have to take more than their fair share, which is what justifies stealing it from them and giving it to other people. So it's a little tougher with the private property, but you can pull this off too, and here's how I did it. You have a group full of students who claim that they're socialists. 70% of them raise their hands and are socialists. So I would say to them, okay, fair enough, socialists. What kind of phone do you have? I've got an iPhone 5, and I'm going to get the 6 as soon as my plan kicks in to the upgrade. But I've got an iPhone 5. What do you guys have? And they'll tell you, at first they look at you a little suspiciously, like, what do you want to know about? What I said, I'm not going to steal them from you. I'm not a Democrat after all. I'm just curious. And then they'll tell you. And I say, all right, those of you who are socialists, not the capitalists, just the socialists, bring those smartphones down. Why do you want our phones? Well, you were the ones who said from each according to his ability to each according to his need, right? That's what you believe, right? I don't believe that, but you believe that. You're the socialist. So bring down the phones, because given the number of people here who identify as socialists, we bring these phones out, we're going to have $2,000 worth of electronics down here. And we're going to put them in a little basket. Now, I'm not going to take them, like I said, I'm not the government, I'm not a collectivist. Together, we're going to take your cell phones, and when we're done, we're going to go to downtown Cleveland, we're going to find a pawn shop, and we're going to take these phones and we're going to liquidate them, we're going to sell them for $2,000. That's $120 bills, and we're going to go through the streets of Cleveland, and we're going to distribute that money to the poor, because we're going to take from each according to his ability and give to each according to his need. Bring them down. And guess what? They don't bring them down. You know why? It's because they're not socialists, that's why. It's because they're rock-ribbed, way-ugly conservatives who believe in this idea of wealth redistribution so long as it's somebody else's wealth being redistributed to them, but when it's time for them to take their wealth and redistribute it to other people, all of a sudden they think Ronald Reagan is a swell guy. And that is where you can put people in a position where they have to put their money where their mouth is. Of course they're in favor of wealth redistribution. You're college students. You don't have any wealth to redistribute. You want other people to give you stuff, and you will until you start getting jobs and start paying taxes, at which point your opinion will change. And that's normal. This is, in fact, my phone. It's mine. I don't owe this phone to anybody. You know why I have this phone? I have this phone because I work like a slave is why. I get up every day. I work 7 days a week. I work very, very hard, and this is one of the benefits of the extra work that I do that I don't have to do. I earn it. It's mine. It's my phone. Mine. And those phones are yours. Well, technically they're your parents, but we're not actually But you can actually call them on it. You can make them, you can put them on their moral code. Make them live up to their own moral code. I will say to some of these students, they'll say, well, the wealth of this and so on and so forth. Say, listen, you have an Xbox, right? You have an Xbox, you have a PlayStation, you got something, right? I know gamers when I've seen gamers. I'm a gamer too. I know you're out there playing Call of Duty. I know you're playing all these games. So let's just remember one thing here. The poorest Americans are richer than 93% of the rest of the population of the earth. That toy that you go home to every night, if you were to take that toy to the pawn shop and sell that toy, you could probably feed a village in Africa for a year. And you don't. You don't. You say you would, but you don't. None of you do. You're all hypocrites. It's your property, you want it, you want to keep it, you feel like you've earned it, you probably have. But you could take that Xbox and sell it for $300, ship that money over Africa, and feed a family certainly for a year. And you don't. Because you're not socialists. Because you understand that these things are products of the life that you lead, and your willingness to be charitable is not determined by whether or not somebody has a gun to your head. That's not charity. You can get people, young people, to understand the value of private property when you ask them if they're going to be willing to sell any of theirs in order to live up to their valuable, incredibly advanced moral superiority. And the answer is they won't do it. Because they're not socialists. They're regular people, just like us, who feel that if they work hard, they should be entitled to a reward for that work. Pretty simple, really. Third thing you need to sell, and the last thing you need to sell is virtue. Now you say virtue to young people, and they think that means not having sex till you're, 70. But that's not what virtue means. Virtue is very simple. Virtue is very simple. Virtue just means don't be a jerk. When I'm talking to college kids, I say don't be a dick. It's the same basic thing. Don't be a jerk, okay? Don't be a jerk. That's all virtue is. It is don't be a jerk. Do you think, raise your hands out there, college students of America, raise your hands if you think you have the right to hit somebody or the right to take what's in their backpack right now. Do you have the right to take what's in that person's backpack, yes or no? No, of course not. I agree. You'd be kind of a jerk if you hit them and or took their stuff. So if you don't believe in hurting people and hitting people, and you don't believe in taking their stuff, then that means that you're virtuous. And the cool thing about that is, if you're virtuous, then we can leave you alone. Remember how you said you wanted to be left alone? Swell. If you're not a jerk, we can leave you alone. Because if you behave without hitting people and taking their stuff, we can let you do whatever you want to do, limited only by the point where you start to hurt people or take their stuff. If you're not a jerk, we can leave you alone. However, if you are a jerk, and you do want to steal from people and take their stuff or hurt them, now all of a sudden we need policemen and we need cameras and we need parole officers, we need wardens, we need prison guards, we need the whole thing that is necessary to stop some of you from being jerks. And I don't know why the rest of us all have to pay that penalty because some of you are jerks. I think we ought to deal with those of you that are jerks and leave the rest of us alone. That's what I think. And that's virtue. And congratulations, you're 3/3 of the way. You're all the way there. You are, in fact, a rock-rib conservative because you have understood that these principles are not the principles of hatred or selfishness or anything. They're simple, common sense, fucking core values that we all share. Everybody wants to be left alone. Everybody wants the rewards of their stuff. And everybody agrees that it's wrong to hurt somebody and to take their stuff. Pretty simple.
Hitler had a small group around him. They were very close to him in his circle. And even they didn't like what he was saying, they couldn't leave him. They had too much knowledge.
Right.
And Obama has the same thing. He has a small group around him.
Right.
And even if they don't agree with him, they cannot leave him. They know too much about him. So what Hitler did, and what Obama, in my opinion, is doing, like this man who died mysteriously on a heart attack, because he was...
Andrew Breitbart we're talking about.
Yeah. He was coming out the next day with a report while this happened.
Right.
So he died of a heart attack before.
Yes.
And the man, the autopsy, all of a sudden he died too, because he know more. So what Hitler did is that when he had a group, when he didn't like it, he sent a man out there or somebody and says, you go over there and you tell him, do you have a family? And that made him shut up.
I got it. He's saying, if you have a family, in other words, shut up, yes.
You go over there. This guy doesn't agree with my policy, but I want.
Right.
So I don't go. I am a taboo. I cannot do this. But I have a man. You go over to the man and say, hey, you don't agree with what Hitler says.
Right.
So we all want to say, yes, do you have a family over there? You know what that means?
That's threat.
A threat.
Yes.
And everybody backs off if they're being said, because I don't want my family to be killed.
Right.
So Obama is doing the same thing. He has a policy ahead of his strategy ahead, and he knows maybe some people don't like what he's doing.
Yeah.
I don't like this. Okay, Mr. Whoever it is, you go over to the guy now and tell him, do you have a family? And they all begin to say, oh, yeah, we do what you want, they shake. They always shut in a booth and do what Obama wants. And Hitler had the same thing. Obama is the same.
Well, could you talk about what you talked about before, since I got the video running? Just a little bit about what you said about Peter Schiff and what you're worried about. Could you repeat it?
Peter Schiff is right.
Yeah.
But he cannot say the way that it really is. In my opinion, is that it will happen here in this country.
Well, talk about what you said about what you experienced, because you said you lived in Germany during that period where there was inflation.
All I can say,
Yeah.
Hitler and Obama are the same. They go parallel. That's what I'm saying. I see it step by step what he's doing.
But what did you see? You were talking about that earlier, just so now I can let other people know that about there being about the hyperinflation in Germany.
Oh, the hyperinflation.
What happened over there?
In 20. The hyperinflation. The reason why on here. Let me start from the beginning. What I want to tell you is this. When Obama was running for presidency, he was going for it, and he took the right time. Hitler was the same thing. Hitler got on a regime because of the right time. We had in Germany the hyperinflation in the 1920s. People had no jobs, people had no money. People were unhappy, and they needed somebody to give them a better life. We had it here. The war started in 2001 under Bush. And people were very unhappy with some instances on that. And they said, we are so unhappy what happened here. We want somebody who can help us. Hitler came out, I help you. Obama comes out and said, we need a change. And that's what people wanted to have. Hitler on the half said, I help you. We need a change. Everything, Obama. And that's what the Germans said. Hitler.
Well, could you talk more about the
Germans? But I'm saying stupid. The Germans were just as stupid than the American people. Most of them. There are some of them they understand. But Germans, that's why I said the Germans people were stupid too. In 1937, after Hitler was in the regime for 4 or 5 years, he knew exactly what he was doing, Hitler. He knew. The American people knew. He had 4 years to take over companies and factories and everything else. People didn't get a job till 1934. They were unhappy with Hitler. They said, we don't have jobs. The unemployment was skyrocket high, Everything they had it with Hitler. All of a sudden, he swung it around, Hitler, after 4 years in his regime. In 1936-37, he started this infrastructure, He took the companies, he put the people to work, to ammunition, to tanks, and everything else. And people all of a sudden said, oh, we are happy now. We have jobs. It's wonderful, And they had all jobs. But what they didn't know is this, what Hitler had in school. He wanted to start a war. But nobody knew this because they were happy, they had jobs, they had money to spend, all that. And Obama is doing the same thing. We had the high inflation, the high unemployment, Mark my word. He will, if he makes it into office, or before, we have a few more months to go, he puts everybody to work. Everybody has jobs. And all the companies he took over in the meantime, like Hitler did, he put the people to work. And they're all happy. Guess what? They will vote for him again.
We'll talk about what happened with the currency. You were mentioning that about the dollar and the
high inflation we had. We couldn't even buy anything for the money. But we had overnight, unannounced, this happens to any country, overnight my parents had to get all the money together, had to march to the bank, and I still remember this, all the money together, and they had to march to the bank for 100 German marks, they got 1 mark.
But before that happened, people didn't know, so it was a surprise.
Nobody had clue.
So your point is that similar to today, where people don't realize what may happen.
People don't realize what will happen now. I see it happening because we had to go there, the high inflation, we're heading for a super high inflation. It was over there in my time, and like I said, the deflation of the money, we got 100 marks, German marks, 1. And the day will come, we will have the same thing here. That we have a high inflation where the money isn't worth anything anymore, And we have to march overnight to the bank and get whatever pills.
So having seen it firsthand, what message would you give to the young people who haven't been through what you've been through? What advice would you give to young people right now that don't know what may be coming?
I really don't think the young people will understand it.
Well, that's why here you can explain it to them.
The younger generation.
What advice would you give them? In other words,
I try to tell them the advice is this: don't live beyond your means. Realize what is coming. Wake up.
But should they keep their dollars? Should they get gold and silver? Should they?
They should invest, but the young people don't have money to invest. Because what happened to you're going through it, but the older people, when the young people have money, they're living from a hand in a mouth, they do not know how to save money. They don't save money. They get the money, they spend the money. They want everything. They want the latest things, Look when you go around, how the young kids are looking.
Yeah.
They're closing. They're out. I went to the bank one time, see a fingernails polish,
Yeah.
And they said, look at this polish costs money. Oh, well, that's just $1, little money. That's when the saving starts. Deny yourself a lot of things. Make a sacrifice. Save the money up. And prepare yourself for the future, what is coming, because the future is not really nice, what is coming ahead of us. And that's what I can say, prepare yourself for it. But the young kids are not prepared for that. As far as I'm concerned, in order to make the young people, make them wake up, it has to happen in this country to make them wake up.
But then it'll be too late, so that's the point. That's the reason I'm videotaping you, for people to hear this.
When you go back in
history,
after
the fact.
Let me tell you, when you go back in history, every 50 years, a war cleans up the air.
Well, don't you think it's every 50 years because they don't remember? Because by then it's a new generation, and they have been through it as well.
See, the thing is this, I lived with nothing. I was poorer than poor. I value a penny. It's money to me. The young kids don't value this anymore. Let's be honest, it's just a penny, Our younger generation, the baby boomers, you're probably a baby boomer too, they have grown up the good times only.
Yeah.
And they're used to getting everything. And the reason why it is, the older generation, myself, we are actually in debt. Because we went to bad times and we wanted to have our kids this better.
Yeah.
We did it to our own kids. We want to have them have it better than we had it, And that's, my son told me this one time too. Mom, you did it, and I do it to my kids. But I think is just the younger generation, they don't have any discipline right now.
Yeah.
The morals are gone. There's no discipline. And that's what the parents have neglected to raise the children.
Yes.
That is a big problem in this country. And if we want to get out, and this is what I'm saying finally, and I've said it to my husband many times, if this country wants to come back on their feet, the way I saw it 53 years ago when I came over, one thing has to happen, a war, to bring the people back to reality and see it happening. When this happens and everything is flattened down and coming down, people wake up, they're building it up again, and they will value this and have respect for little things. And that's what is not there today anymore. There's no respect for little things. They don't appreciate anything anymore. Am I right on this?
Yeah, it's true. It really is true. Things are different in the world.
Actually, I lived in France in 51, 52.
Okay.
And the Franks just kept getting weaker and weaker and weaker. And they had a national referendum on a new constitution because the old one wasn't working.
Okay.
And then de Gaulle got in, and they just moved the decimal over a couple of points. 500 francs became 5 francs. 1,000 francs became 100 francs.
So what advice can you give, for somebody who has some savings, in today's economy, based on what you've both been through?
Buy something that holds its value.
Let me tell you something else. Let me tell you only one thing. By one of the friends who said, it's really true. I was 10 years old. The war came to an end, right? And we lived in a housing complex. No running water, nothing. Really poor.
And this was where? In Germany?
In Germany.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something else. And you said, what would you advise?
Yeah.
Money is useless. Gold and silver, hard assets, bring you to the war on your feet. And let me tell you, I remember I was 8 years old and we had nothing. We had to jump on a moving train to some little village, begging for food, right? We went, my sister and I, we were not the only one begging for food. We went, never forget this, we went into a farmer's house. There was the farmer sitting with his wife. She sat there, and he sat there and said, he came in, 2 girls, 8 or 9 years old, right, begging for food. And they sat there and he said, look, I'm not going to give you anything. And his wife sat next to her and said, please, she said, look at the two little girls. They're really hungry. Why can't we give them a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
And you know what they said? Okay, we give them a piece of bread and a little piece of cheese. And we were so happy to get that, begging for food. Now, I want to tell you, in order to get out of the things, because my parents didn't have all that. My father was a hard worker, you know. He was drafted to the war in 1939. My mother had 3 kids, you know, the bombing of Hamburg, you know, flattening of Hamburg, you know. Mm-hmm. When I lived in this little housing complex with nothing, I mean, we had nothing. There was a family, she had 3 children, a boy and 2 girls. And her husband was in the war too, but he had a pharmacy before. So he came out of the war. Within 1 week, all the women were helping each other. This woman didn't know how to do housework. My mother and everybody had to help her. This man came back. Within 1 week, he had a bicycle for his kids. He had a car, and he took his family out of this complex. Do you know how he got it? He had gold and silver.
Mm. That's quite a good thing to learn.
That's what gets you through the war. Money is useless. Gold and silver, you survive on that. That's the only thing that gets you through it. That is an example I had. That man had gold and silver.
And that's how he
And then he went out to the
survive.
farmers. He got food. He got everything. Gold and silver buys you anything. That's what people want. They don't want your
Utah desert, there's a secretive government site that few Americans even know about, and even fewer will ever get a chance to see. Our Catherine Herridge did a close-up look as part of a Fox News investigation, and seems not everybody was all that happy about her tour. Catherine's here with a report on that. Tell us about the place, Kat.
Well, Chef, the Utah Data Center is like a giant thumb drive, a massive storage facility just south of Salt Lake. And when our request to interview the head of the National Security Agency was denied, our team dropped in on a cybersecurity event to ask the bottom line question.
Will the Utah Data Center hold the data of American citizens?
No, we don't hold data on U.S. citizens, people there at NSA. They take protecting your civil liberties and privacy is the most important thing that they do.
We weren't given access to the Utah facility, but we could see it from the sky.
Right now we're 500 feet over the Utah Data Center. The NSA says we need it to help keep the country safe, but critics say that concrete box in the foothills of the Salt Lake Valley is front and center in the debate over liberty, security, and privacy.
Raises the most serious questions about the vast amount of data that could be kept in one place from many, many different sources.
NSA whistleblower Tom Drake says Americans should be concerned about letting the government go too far in the name of security.
The only way you have perfect security is have a perfect surveillance state. That's George Orwell. That's 1984. That's what that would look like.
2 weeks after our flyover, the helicopter pilot told Fox he got a visit from 2 FBI agents who said the NSA had taken photos of the helicopter and used them to identify the manufacturer in California, who in turn told the NSA who operates that model of helicopter in Salt Lake, satisfied the pilot was not flying terrorists over the data center. The questioning ended, but it shows you the power of just having a little bit of information, Shep.
I'll say, Catherine Herridge, we'll look forward to seeing the rest of this weekend, when John Roberts hosts Fox News reporting Your Secrets Out.
I give way to the honourable gentleman.
There is no doubt that the Prime Minister has in many ways achieved substantial success. There is one statistic that I understand is not, however, challengeable, and that is that over her 11 years, the gap between the richest 10% and the poorest 10% in this country has widened substantially.
That's right.
How can she say at the end of her chapter of British politics that she can justify many people in a constituency such as mine being relatively much poorer off, much less well housed, and much less well provided than it was in 1979. Surely she accepts that is not a record that she or any Prime Minister can be proud of.
Mr. Speaker, all levels of income are better off than they were in 1979. But what the honourable member is saying is that he would rather the poor were poorer, provided the rich were less rich. That way you will never create the wealth for better social services as we have. And what a policy! Yes, he would rather have the poor poorer, provided the rich were less rich. That is the Liberal policy. Yes, it came out, he didn't intend it to, but he did. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm extremely grateful. The Prime Minister is aware that I detest every single one of her domestic policies, and I've never hid that.
And I think that the honourable gentleman knows that I have the same contempt for his socialist policies as the people of East Europe who have experienced it have it for theirs. I think I must have hit the right nail on the head when I pointed out that the logic of those policies are they'd rather have the poor poorer. Once they start to talk about the gap, they'd rather the gap were that. Down here. That. Not that. But that. So long as the gap is smaller, so long as the gap is smaller, they'd rather have the poor poorer. You do not create wealth and opportunity that way. You do not create a property-owning democracy that way. To the honourable gentleman.
I'm most grateful to the Prime Minister. Will she tell us whether she intends to continue her own personal fight against a single currency and an independent central bank when she leaves office?
No, she's going to be the governor.
On the present structure,
Order. The Prime Minister.
what a good idea. I hadn't thought of it. But if I were, there'd be no European Central Bank accountable to no one, least of all to national parliaments. Because the point of that kind of European Central Bank is no democracy, taking powers away from every single parliament and being able to have a single currency and a monetary policy and an interest rates which takes all political power away from us. As my right honourable friend said in his first speech, after the proposal of a single currency is about the politics of Europe. It is about a federal Europe by the back door. So I'll consider the honourable gentleman's proposal. Now, where were we? I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this. Mr. Speaker, I was on.
You can wipe the floor with
I was talking about Europe.
Now, my new book is called, pretty provocative title. It's The Enemies Within: Communists, Socialists, and Progressives in the US Congress. Now, my first book was Obama and the Enemies Within, all about Barack Obama's communist ties. And that's 700 pages, folks. And I've got a few of them there, but I'll tell you what, I got real sick of lugging that around the country. Pretty heavy, eh? More like a phone book than a book. And I vowed that the next book would be smaller. But it's actually got more pages, because those bloody commies just kept on coming. The deeper I dug, the more I found. And I've been 5 years round obscure libraries all over your country, in South Central LA, little communist libraries in New York, all over, digging up the evidence, and it's all there. 700 pages, 80 pages of footnotes. Bill O'Reilly said of my book the other night, he hasn't seen a better research book for a long time. So, the book is really about the two big secrets of modern communism. And there are two of them. The first is this, and I think they borrowed it off the devil, because we all understand that the cleverest thing the devil ever did was to convince people he doesn't exist. What have the communists done in the last 20 years, folks? They don't exist, right? And if they do, they're no longer a threat. Why worry? But it ain't true. The other big threat of the other big secret of modern communism is the ability of a tiny Marxist-Leninist party to get their policies implemented as the law of the land in their country. So what I mean by that, less than 20,000 Marxists in your country are able to dictate the legislative process, the laws that rule you for over 300 million people. That's a very small tail wagging a very big dog. Now, a lot of people scoff at that and they say that's a bit exaggerated. Because, you know, look, when these communists stand for public office, which they still do occasionally, they'll get sort of 79 votes or 129 votes or something. And people laugh at them. Why would we worry about these people? But is it just the number of votes you get that determine your level of political influence? How many votes did Al Capone ever get in Chicago? Telling me he didn't run that town? How many votes does the mafia get in Sicily these days? Telling me they don't run Sicily? Bribery, extortion, corruption, backroom deals, propaganda, intimidation, threats, vote fraud. There's a whole bunch of ways that small groups of organised people can manipulate much larger groups from behind the scenes. And that's what the communists do, folks. That's what they've always done. They've never been majorities or big parties. Less than 2,000 Bolsheviks took over Russia in 1917, a country at the time of 140 million people. Less than 2,000 of them. But they have the science of Leninism on their side. Marxism might be a failure, but Leninism has been hugely successful. Because Leninism is the science of taking power and holding power. Very, very successful. So, the way that it's done in this country and most Western countries is through the labour movement. And you were very lucky in America for a long time, and you're lucky in this state because you're right to work. But you're very lucky for a long time because your AFL-CIO was led by hardcore anti-communists like Lane Kirkland and George Meany. Whatever their faults were, they kept the Reds out of the unions. But things changed in 1995 because that was the year that your largest Marxist group, Democratic Socialists of America, communist group despite its name, that was the year that they took over the AFL-CIO. They kicked out Lane Kirkland and they put their member, John Sweeney, in as president. And now their protege, Richard Trumka, is doing the job for them. First thing Sweeney did when he took over was to abolish the anti-communist clause from the AFL-CIO's constitution. And the Marxists came flooding back. They now control AFSCME, SEIU, AFT, NEA, anything with an alphabet after it, they run it. The AFL-CIO itself is theirs, lock, stock and barrel. So what does that give them? It's only about 10 or 11% of the US workforce. But think about this, people. How many Democrats in this country at any level, elected officials, get elected without labour union support? Hardly any, if any. They need the unions for manpower, for money, for get out the vote, putting up yard signs, vote fraud, you name it. It's all the unions. Now if they give you your job, and you know that, when they come to you with demands, what do? These guys totally depend on the unions. If the unions want them to elect a certain person or to promote certain legislation, that's what they do. That is how the very small dog, the very small tail of the US Marxists, by controlling the unions, wag the Democratic Party. And if they control the Democratic Party, when they're in power, they control you. It's how they do it. Now I want to give some examples because it's a bit, it's a bit academic. And I'll go back first of all to my country, New Zealand. This is where I got onto this. This is where I discovered how it's done. Now back in 1984, we elected a socialist Labour government. The first thing they did was to enact legislation banning nuclear warships from our harbours. Now overnight, that destroyed the Australia, New Zealand, United States Military Alliance, ANZUS. Killed it stone cold dead, and it's still dead now. Because if you couldn't send your ships into our harbours, we're not your allies. Now, how come at the height of the Cold War could a pro-Western, pro-American country like New Zealand, whose bacon had been saved by you only a generation before, how come we could so willingly turn our backs on the Western Alliance? Well, this is how it was done, people. A few years after that, I had the privilege over several months of interviewing a New Zealander who had infiltrated our local Communist Party for our government security services. He was a government spy inside the Communist Party. He worked his way up. In 1983, he was given the greatest honour any communist could enjoy. He was sent to Moscow to train at Lenin's Institute for Higher Learning in Leningradsky Prospect. 3 other comrades went with him, genuine comrades. Now this was not a small place, folks. This was 6,500 students at any one time. Many of them on 7-year courses, some of them with one-to-one tutelage. This was the training academy of the future world communist leadership. People from virtually every country. They were all taught Russian history to build loyalty to Moscow. They were taught trade union building. They were taught espionage techniques. And they were taught racial agitation. But they were also taught, especially the Western comrades, and this was the most important thing, they were taught how to take Moscow's policies back to their own country, and by using the labour movement and the peace movement and even the churches to turn Moscow's policies into their own government's policies. And they did this countless times all over the world. So this was the time of the massive anti-nuclear marches through Europe. Hundreds of thousands of people were marching through Rome and Berlin and Paris on a regular basis with huge ban the bomb banners, get America out of Europe, disband NATO, no nukes, hundreds of thousands of people. And there was a real fear in some circles, in America particularly, that NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which you guys are the linchpin of, might break up. A real worry. And of course the Soviets were funding all of this and directing it because they wanted to bring down NATO. That would give them control of Europe. And I'll tell you right now, your military and your military alliances in 1983 and in 2013 are Moscow's #1 priority. The #1 thing they want to destroy in this world is your military and your ability to fund it. Because if they can take out your military, folks, Russia, China and Iran rule the world. It's theirs. It's the only thing standing in their way. That's why Mr. Putin loves Mr. Obama. Despite this little spat over Syria, he loves him. Because no one has done more to give the Soviets the Russians what they want than your Mr. Obama. He's done more damage to your military in 4 years than most standing armies could do in a lifetime. Firing experienced generals, cancelling whole weapon systems, destroying the morale in the military with his gay policy. He wants to take your nuclear arsenal down to 265 nukes. 0 if he could. The Russians alone have more than 6,000 that we know about. And they always stick to their arms agreements, don't they? We can trust the Russians, can't we? We disarm, they'll do it too, right? Yeah, right. This is serious, folks, because you think about it. If this carries on, at some point, your enemies will make the calculation that they can take you out and have a strong chance of winning. That goes down far enough, they will stand against you, and where will your allies be then, folks? You think they'll all line up to come to your support? Don't think so. So this will be America on its own against Russia, and China and Iran and a whole bunch of other countries, including some who are now possibly allied to you. So that's the agenda, that's the real agenda of the left. To take down your military and take down your economy so you can't pay for it anymore. So this game was going on in Europe. And the Soviets were thinking, okay, we want to take out NATO, we've got this peace movement going there, but what about if we take away another country outside of Europe, out of the Western Alliance, and use the propaganda value of that to spur on the destruction of NATO? So that they're subtle, these people, they're chess players. We play checkers, they play chess. They think way ahead. So they were thinking, okay, we'll pick on New Zealand because they're small, progressive, and we control their unions, their peace movement, and the communists had heavily infiltrated our Labour Party, the equivalent of your Democrats. So they're thinking, okay, we need to start a campaign in New Zealand to take them out of ANZUS. But we can't play the old anti-American thing like we would in Latin America because the New Zealanders love America too much. So how are we going to sell this? And when I say sell, folks, I'm not exaggerating. If you think American corporations are great at sales and marketing, they got nothing on the Russians. When they target a country for active measures, for an influence operation, they bring in all their experts. And I'll tell you what, they know more about Tennessee than you know about Tennessee. They know your cultural makeup, your racial makeup, your religious makeup, your sporting culture, your economy, your class structure. They know everything. All over the world they have experts. They know you like you don't know you. So they were thinking about New Zealand. They're thinking, well, New Zealand's small, the communists are very strong here, but we're anti-American, but we've also got a bit of an ego thing going on in my country. Because we're very small and we think because of our progressive social legislation that people listen to us around the world. We're the first to give women the vote. We had social welfare before anyone else had it. You know, we're socially progressive, so we think. Leaders in the welfare state. So we think the world listens when we say stuff. So they thought they'd play to this. They thought, okay, we're going to need some slogans, we're going to need a plan to cater to New Zealand's particular makeup. So this couldn't be anti-American, none of that, not a word of anti-Americanism. So they brought all their people, all their psychologists, their sociologists, their historians, and they worked out some slogans that would sell in my country. This was going to be Kiwis standing up for peace, New Zealanders standing against the nuclear arms race, Kiwis striking independent foreign policy course, pro-America, pro-New Zealand, no anti-Americanism. So these 4 delegates went back to New Zealand with some slogans and a plan. They had secret meetings with the Labour Party, with the unions and the peace movement. They mounted a public campaign, and in 6 months, legislation was in front of our parliament, it was signed off, and the alliance was dead. ANZUS was over. The Soviets could not believe how quickly it went. They were just blown away at how quickly it went. And I'll tell you, if you're standing down at the queue at Disney World or something, because Kiwis love to go there, and you hear a New Zealand accent, just say, look, you're a Kiwi, you're a New Zealander. I've heard about that anti-nuclear thing in the 80s. What do you think of that? I'll guarantee you this. 90% of them will puff out their chest with pride, thump their chest and say, yeah, we did it. We stood up for peace. We were the mouse that roared. They'll be so proud, totally proud of it. And hardly one of them in 4 million people has any idea that those policies they so love were designed by the KGB at Lenin's Institute in Moscow. A whole country was completely suckered and is still suckered today, right now. Could this happen in your country? If I told you 10 years ago, what would you have said? Nah. I'll tell you one example where it happened during the Vietnam War. You didn't lose that war, folks, in the jungles of Vietnam. You lost that in Congress by the traitors in your Congress acting on the instructions of the Soviet Union. Sold your troops out. Happened right then. But I want to give some other examples. First, I want to tell a little story. Now, I'll tell a story and then give the first example. Now, are there any Vietnam veterans in the room? Yes, sir? Yes, thank you. I knew there would be some here. I was sure there would be. I'll tell this little story. It might make some people a little bit angry, this one. Now, a few months ago, your president held a meeting in Washington with the Communist Premier of Vietnam. And during that meeting, Mr. Obama said a couple of things that were a bit controversial. He said that it's a well-known fact that Ho Chi Minh, who was the leader of Vietnam, during communist North Vietnam during the war, was a huge admirer of Thomas Jefferson and the American Revolution. Can you believe that? He said it. Now, the fact that Obama said that, and he was mentored at the knee of the professional communist propagandist Frank Marshall Davis, tells me where Obama's coming from. Tells me exactly where he's coming from. The real story is this. During World War II, Uncle Ho Chi Minh, was leading his communist guerrillas against the Japanese armies. Now, he was a veteran of the Communist Party for more than 20 years at that stage, trained at the Lenin School, and had murdered thousands of his own countrymen. Hardcore Stalinist, hard as nails. Now, he was fighting the Japanese. He was also getting support from your country through your OSS, your Office of Strategic Services, the forerunner of your CIA. Now, that organisation was shot through full of communists because Wild Bill Donovan, the man who set it up, deliberately recruited members of the Abraham Lincoln Brigades, the American communists who fought in the Spanish Civil War on the side of Stalin, because he wanted people with European military experience. And incidentally, those communists were never fully cleaned out. Your CIA was penetrated from day one. But also note that those communists didn't fight in Spain as the Karl Marx Brigade or the Vladimir Lenin Brigade. They were the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. Just as the communists had an Abraham Lincoln School in Chicago where Frank Marshall Davis taught, and they had a Jefferson School in New York. They loved to hide their revolution under your political icons. They love to hide their purposes. Your president does it often. So, Uncle Ho and the OSS got rid of the Japanese. They retreated out of Vietnam. The next step was to get rid of the French colonialists who came back after World War II. It was their colony. Now, Uncle Ho was thinking, yeah, the Americans helped me against the Japanese. How about I get them to help me against the French? Because he knew that FDR didn't like the French very much. Even wrote letters to FDR asking for military support. Now, Uncle Ho also knew that to do this, he would have to get American public opinion on his side for a war. Americans were sick of war. They didn't want another one. So he would have to get them on board. Now, he couldn't do this if he was going around the country talking about, Lenin and the glorious revolution and dictatorship of the proletariat. But maybe he could get it if he went round speaking about Thomas Jefferson and the Bill of Rights and the American Constitution, which is what he did. Went round all over Vietnam, big speeches, did a huge one in downtown Hanoi in front of thousands of people, OSS officers through the crowd. I am a huge fan of Thomas Jefferson. He is my revolutionary idol. The American Revolution, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights is a model for Vietnam's future. All designed to get back to America and suck American public opinion into helping him against the French. A scam, folks. Total scam. Fidel Castro used to do the same thing. Used to talk about his love for the American Revolution until he was strong enough to openly come out as a communist. It's an old trick. And this shows me, Obama would have known that. But FDR died and a real Democrat named Harry Truman became president. And Harry Truman was nowhere near as stupid. He wouldn't have a bar of Uncle Ho. Told him to get lost. Harry Truman was regularly criticised. Frank Marshall Davis used to write articles about Harry Truman all the time in his little communist publication in Hawaii, calling Harry Truman a fascist and a dictator because he stood against Stalin. Hated him. In those days, as you well know in the South, Democrats were often more conservative than the Republicans were. It wasn't the Republicans who set up the House Un-American Activities Committee to go after the communists. It was the Democrats that did it. The Democrats. And it's a real shame that a lot of today's modern Democrats, who are normal, loyal Americans, don't realise that they're not voting for Harry Truman and JFK anymore. Both of those guys would probably be in the Tea Party if they're here now. That's how far the Democrats have shifted. Now, Obama also made another statement during that meeting that I thought was actually more important. He said it's now time for Americans to get on board with repairing the damage done during the Vietnam War. In other words, you have to send your money to Vietnam to repair the damage done by bombing and Agent Orange. There's a little communist group in your country called the Committees of Correspondence for Democracy and Socialism. But they're a communist group, split off from the Communist Party USA, 300 members strong, that's all. Their most famous member is Angela Davis, the big afro, the murder charges back in the 70s, hardcore. Their favourite country is Vietnam. They're always sending delegations over there to study Vietnamese market socialism. They love the country. A few years ago, they set up a little front group called the Vietnam Agent Orange Responsibility Campaign. Now, the purpose of this group is to lobby your Congress to get your country to pay reparations to Vietnam for the damage your troops did there with Agent Orange. Now, reparations. I'm a bit old-fashioned, but I thought reparations, what the bad guys are supposed to pay to the good guys, right? So how come your country is supposed to be paying reparations for the damage done fighting off an invasion by communist North Vietnam? You're paying the bad guys here, folks. How does that work? Now, this campaign has got a lot of steam up. They even got that great patriot, Charlie Sheen, to narrate a documentary for them. They've been lobbying your Congress. They've been bringing delegations over from Vietnam on a regular basis to lobby your Congress and your Senate. They've even brought a little girl, I've got pictures in my book, a little girl with no legs in a wheelchair in front of your Congress. Look at this poor girl. Her father was a soldier. She was deformed because of Agent Orange. We have to do something about this. We have to set this right. All designed to get your congressman to open your checkbook. They've got several congressmen and senators on board in this campaign. They've got Al Franken. They've got Jeff Merkley. They've got Tom Harkin. They've got Sheila Jackson Lee out of Texas. They've got John Conyers out of Michigan. And before he left Congress, he became mayor of San Diego a couple of years ago and got himself a little bit of bother recently. Bob Filner. Bob Filner, incidentally, the son of the former head of the Pennsylvania Communist Party. But Bob Filner, 2 years ago, while he was still a serving congressman, was sent to Vietnam to negotiate these reparations. And that trip was paid for by the International Association of Democratic Lawyers, an old Soviet front now run by the Cubans. So a communist front paid a serving Democratic congressman to go to Vietnam to negotiate reparations from your country to theirs. Now folks, I know there's a lot of former servicemen in your country and Australia and my country still suffering the effects of Agent Orange, and their families are suffering. How long did it take them to get any money, folks? How long did they have to fight to get anything out of your government to pay them some compensation for the sacrifices they made for you? How long? Look, some of these people are living in homeless shelters, folks. Some of these people are living in hospitals and suffering from cancers and all sorts of things. The guy who helped me compile my first book is one of them, Rodney Stubbs out of Oregon. Never enough money for those guys, is there? Never enough. But your president thinks there's enough money to send to Vietnam to help their veterans. But it won't even help their veterans, folks. It'll be going to the communist government to do some scams with. It's a total scam, people. A total scam. And it's happening right now, and 300 communists are orchestrating it through your House of Representatives. Right now. How do you feel about that one, folks? Not too good, is it? Another example. Immigration. Specifically, the granting of amnesty and citizenship and voting rights to 12 million illegal immigrants. And God knows how many there really are. No one knows. Now, we have some people in the Republican Party who are trying to tell you that this is going to be good for the GOP, right? Because when the Latinos, most of them are Latinos, get voting rights, they're all going to become good little Republicans, right? Delusional. Maybe in 20, 30, 40 years, maybe, because a lot of them are quite socially conservative. But how long, we've seen the black population in this country voting Democrat 90% for more than 50 years. How easy are they to change? We've seen the Jewish population voting 80% Democrat for more than 100 years. Despite what Obama's doing to Israel, they're still voting Democrat. They don't change very easily. I would suggest that the Republicans who are trying to tell you this, like Lindsey Graham and John McCain and Marco Rubio, just happen to be the ones most closely allied to the Chamber of Commerce and big agribusiness. Just the kind of people who need cheap labour to run their factories and farms. The kind of people who think their profits are more important than your national security or border integrity. Or could I just be a bit cynical here? Now, the real driver of this movement, though, is the left. They are the ones behind it. 100%. Now, this started way back in California in the 50s. A Communist Party member named Bert Corona, paid for mainly by the government, his job was to set up immigrants' rights support groups all over the Southwest. He also set up the Viva Kennedy clubs in the 60s, the first organised effort to bring Latinos into the Democratic Party. But with his networks, he brought thousands of people over the border, got them jobs in farms and factories, got them green cards, and eventually got them citizenship and voting rights. It was an organised program over 20 or 30 years, and he was a leader of it. He also trained a whole bunch of protégés to carry on the work for him. 3 of them are very prominent today, and all 3 work very closely together. One of them is a man called Gil Cedillo. He was until recently a leader of the California State Senate. He's also a hardcore Marxist. He got the DREAM Act pushed through a couple of years ago in California, which gave rights to the children of undocumented workers. His close friend, Antonio Villagrosa, was for many years... Obviously got a lady from California here in the back. You?
No,
okay.
Just a minute, man, first.
Okay, you would understand, yep. Antonio Villagrosa, until recently the mayor of Los Angeles, another hardcore Marxist. He used to go down to Cuba as a young man, cutting sugarcane for Castro. Went with the Vince Ramos Brigades, which was set up by the Communist Party USA and the Weather Underground terrorist organisation. Villagrosa made Los Angeles into a sanctuary city. He forbade the LAPD from enforcing immigration laws, and the illegals flooded in, changed the entire demographics of that city and the entire state. All deliberate, folks. The third person in this little group is Maria Elena Durazzo, currently the leader of the California Labour Movement, probably the most powerful woman in that state. Another Marxist. She started and has supervised over the last 15 years the huge Latino voter registration drives and get out the vote efforts that have added hundreds of thousands of Latinos to the California electoral rolls. Hundreds of thousands of them. And the impact of that has been very marked. California was once a reddish purple state. Now it's solidly blue. Even Orange County, once the most conservative region, my girlfriend Tracy grew up there, she will tell you, one of the most conservative regions in the United States is now purple. California's gone to the Democrats, folks, and it was all done on Latino immigration. The importance of this is this. Your most populous state has the most electoral college votes. Now they're firmly in the hands of the Democrats. That's very important in presidential election time. We'll go now to Arizona. The most successful politician to come out of that state in decades died last year, and I guarantee you never heard of him. A man called Lorenzo Torres. He was the head of the Communist Party USA's Latino Commission. And his job was to do much like Corona did, was to set up illegal immigrants support networks through the entire Southwest, from Texas to New Mexico, Nevada, Colorado, Arizona. And he got thousands of them across, got them signed up for voting, registered the whole lot. He also led all the campaigns in recent years against any crackdown on illegal immigration. He led the big campaign against SB 70 in Arizona a couple of years ago, and thankfully at least he failed on that one. He also set up the movement in Tucson and Phoenix, which has given Arizona 3 Communist Party affiliated representatives in your House. One of the most reddest states in the Union, one of the most libertarian, has 3 Communist Party supporters in your House of Representatives. Raul Grijalva, Ed Pastor, and the freshman Kirsten Sinema. All 3 Communist Party supporters, all documented in the book. That was Lorenzo Torres. Now, Eliseo Medina, man, I really want to talk about. You would have seen him on TV in recent times in this purple shirt, I guarantee it. He was until a month ago the leader of the executive vice president of the SEIU union, the largest union in your country and the one with the biggest Latino membership. He is the man driving the immigration rights movement right now. He pushed the bill that went before your Senate and was passed, and he's been organising union members to rally outside the offices of Republican congressmen over the last 3 months to get them to pass a bill through your House this session. It's his number one priority. Medina works very closely with Raul Grijalva and also with Luis Gutierrez, the rep from Illinois, who's been driving this through the House. Gutierrez is a former member of the pro-Cuban Marxist-Leninist Puerto Rican Socialist Party. They're all Marxists in this, folks. Medina is a card-carrying member of Democratic Socialists of America, your largest Marxist group. He's a supporter of the Communist Party USA and a former member of Obama's Latino Advisory Committee. Now, to prove a little point, I'll ask a question. Which organisation in this country 20 years ago was leading the charge against illegal immigration? Which organisation was constantly lobbying your Congress to increase penalties for any employer caught employing illegal aliens? The unions, the AFL-CIO. Nobody wanted to close the borders more than them, folks. Hardcore. 2013, which organisation is now leading the charge to legalise illegal immigrants? The unions, AFL-CIO. Why the change, people? Why was it bad? Because they understood back then that illegal immigrants were unfair competition for unionised workers. They would drive wages and conditions down. Very logical. So what's changed? What changed was what I talked about in 1995. That was the year that Democratic Socialists of America took over the AFL-CIO. At that point, it stopped being an organisation representing the interests of workers and became an organisation promoting socialist revolution. And illegal immigrants are not very good for unionised workers, but they're great for socialist revolution. And your AFL-CIO is quite happy to sell out the wages and conditions of its own members because the revolution comes first. And it's not easy to get union members, folks, to vote against their own interests. But that's what Aliso Medina did. He drove this. He campaigned for several years. And remember, he's a DSA member, Democratic Socialists of America member himself. He got them at the big convention in 2000 in Louisiana to reverse their policy from anti-illegal immigrant to pro-illegal immigrant. He did it. So why does he want it? What's such a big deal about it? Some people say, oh, for more union members. That's a small part of it. Yes, it is. But the real thing is this. Medina let the cat out of the bag 2 years ago in Washington, D.C. I've got him on tape. It's all in the book. He got up in front of a progressive audience and said this. The number one priority for the progressive movement is an immigration bill. We have to get our 12 million undocumented workers citizenship and voting rights. That's our most important priority. And did he talk about compassion or reuniting families or giving immigrants a break or the American dream or reinvigorating the economy? Not a word. All he talked about was the numbers. That was it. Because he said this. If we get this bill passed, he said, in 2008, the Latinos voted 70% for Obama and progressive candidates. If we stand by these people and get them citizenship and voting rights, they will stand with our movement. That will guarantee us at least 8 million more Democratic Party votes. That will give us a governing majority, not just for the next few election cycles, but for the foreseeable future. In other words, forever. In other words, a Democratic Party, one-party state with the Socialists running it. Because you think about it, folks. Do the math. 8 million more votes for the Democrats. California's already blue, right? They've already got those electoral college votes sewn up. They've got Colorado pretty much the same way. They're now moving into Texas. If they can take Texas blue, and 8 million votes will guarantee that, that gives the Democrats all of their electoral college votes, the second most populous state in your country. You add those votes to those of California, it makes it mathematically impossible for the Republicans to ever elect another president. It cannot be done, folks. They've got you. One party state. And if you think the Democrats are arrogant now, you imagine what they'd be like with those 8 million more votes wrapped up and the Republican Party permanently out of power. It wouldn't be just the IRS they come after you with. This wouldn't be like France or Germany, folks. It'd be like Venezuela, then it would be like Cuba. That's where it's taking you. And that's the plan. All done on the backs of immigrants. That's what it's all about, people. It's about nothing else. And you've got these dumb GOPers trying to tell you this is good for the Republican Party. They can't even do basic maths, folks. Or they don't care. The only math they can do is how much goes into their pocket. They are selling out their own party, people, and they're selling out your country. And they need to be primaried out as soon as possible. As soon as possible. Now, another example. Anybody here heard of Obamacare? Good to see you keeping up. It's good. Look, it's not yet fully socialised healthcare. It's not single payer. We all know where it's heading, don't we? You know, we all know where it's going. You know, Harry Reid's admitted it. Jan Schakowsky's admitted it. This is going to socialised healthcare. But why do they want it so much? Why is Obama staking everything on this? Is it to give Auntie Mabel her hip operation? Or the guy in the homeless shelter some coverage? It's all about power, folks. You know that. The left openly admits this when they talk about this. They talk about, an example they give when they're talking to the comrades is Britain in the 1930s. At that time, the British working class voted solidly conservative. They were very patriotic. They didn't want a bar of that socialist Bolshevik Labour Party. They were conservative voters. But in 1946, a very war-weary, beaten-down Britain accepted the Beveridge Report, the introduction of the National Health Service, socialised medicine. They wanted security, folks. They'd had the war, they had the depression, they wanted security and handouts. And they got them. Now, within 10 years, that shifted the loyalty of the British working class to the Socialist Labour Party, and it's never shifted since. Now, you think about it. If the only thing you have is socialised healthcare, look, and I see, look, these Republicans who say, let's not fight Obamacare, let's let it go through, and when it screws up and people see how bad it is, the people all start voting GOP, right? Delusional. Delusional. When you get handouts, folks, what is social, what all these handouts done? The black population in this country, they can see what handouts have done to them. They're all voting Republican because of it, are they? They just put their hand out for more. They get free medicine, folks. They won't start voting GOP. They'll start voting for the party who gives it to them. No, look, and I talk about socialised healthcare, and I come from a country that has it, folks. No matter how bad it gets, no matter how bad it is, if that's all you've got, you vote for the party who's going to keep it, not the party who wants to take it away. And I still get these liberals who say to me, oh yeah, look, pre-existing conditions, and all the uninsured, and this is more fair, and it'll help the economy, and this is better for everybody. And I say, okay, there's one word, mate, one word you need to consider. That's quality. Is there a more important word in healthcare than quality? Hard to imagine. I say to them this, okay, look, and I say, okay, if you're in a free market healthcare system, and I know you don't have that here, but at least you still have elements of it. If you're in a free market system, you are a customer. You pay your money and you're a customer. Now you people in business here, how do you treat your customers? Pretty darn well. You look after them, treat them like gold, they're your best friends. Because they keep you in business, folks. It's the American way. And if you're a doctor and your customer is your patient, the longer he stays alive, the more money you make, right? Isn't that true? Okay, what about if it changes? What about if the government pays all the healthcare bills, single payer, and the budget is this big and the needs are infinite? And the needs are infinite, folks. You know that. So what do you then become? You become a liability. How do you folks in business treat your liabilities, folks? You get rid of them, right? Eliminate them. Soon as you can. You don't want liabilities. Who does? So I say to these liberals, I say, okay, you're 75 years old now, you've been retired 10 years. You're enjoying your grandchildren, playing lots of golf. Life's good. But you get prostate cancer. And you need $100,000 worth of chemotherapy to extend your life 2 or 3 or 5 years. And your next door neighbour is 25 years old and he's married with a young family and he works and he pays taxes. And he gets leukemia and he needs $100,000 worth of chemotherapy to extend his life 10 or 20 or 30 years. Guess who's going to get the treatment, folks? Guess who's going to get put in at the end of the corridor and pumped up full of morphine and left to die? Look, in my country, people, we don't talk about death panels. We don't need them. Every doctor in the hospital is a death panel. They're your own death panel. What do you do if you're an honest doctor and you've got a 7-year-old, your budget is this, and you've got a 7-year-old girl dying in this bed and an 80-year-old guy dying in that bed? Who do you help? Who do you save? Every doctor has to play God, folks, because you have a limited budget and you have unlimited demands on that budget. We don't even call it rationing, folks. We just know that if you're old and a useless eater, you don't get the same level of treatment. You just don't. How can it work any other way? That's how it works in Australia, folks. That's how it works all over Europe and in Canada. Your hospitals are full of young Canadian kids with cancer because they won't treat them up there. They tell their parents to have a healthy child. But it's going to be different here, right? Because the laws of economics don't apply in this country, right? It's all going to be different. Sorry, folks, it won't be. That's how it's going to be. It cannot be any other way. And that's what the doctors and nurses you've got now. They're leaving in droves now. They don't want to work under this system. Now, the father of the single payer or socialist healthcare movement in this country is a man called Quentin Young. The guy's pushing 90 now. He's a retired physician from Chicago. And I'll tell you this, in my darker moments, I often wish he'd gone to live in Britain 20 years ago, because he wouldn't be with us now probably. But he's been here enjoying your system while he's been trying to wreck it. He's been working on this 50 years now, promoting single payer. He set up Physicians for a National Health Plan, a whole bunch of other organisations, worked with Canadian doctors, worked with the AMA, and he's worked with John Conyers to get single payer legislation in front of your Congress on several occasions. But it's always been voted down. But in 2009, with the Affordable Health Care Act, it all changed. They finally started to make progress. And it's not surprising that the progress came under Mr. Obama, because for many years in Chicago, Quentin Young was Mr. Obama's personal physician. Openly claims credit for indoctrinating Obama into the ideas of socialised healthcare. Claims Obama was a huge fan of single payer when he was an Illinois state senator and nobody listened to him. Quentin Young was a 40-year veteran of the Communist Party USA. In the early 70s, he went to North Vietnam with a delegation of communists to try and get into that country to help their war effort when they were trying to kill your friends in this room. Quentin Young also helped to set up Democratic Socialists of America. 7,000 members strong. They are the movement behind Obamacare. They gave it to you, folks. They've been pushing this 40 years now. They control the unions. They control the Congressional Progressive Caucus, which is 80 members strong in your House. They set that up and they run it today. They've also openly talking in their publications, they're saying Obamacare is going to fail. It's going to fail. But that's great because single payer comes next. Because they know when it fails, guess who's going to get the blame? Is it going to be Obama? It's going to be the insurance companies and the doctors. So we have to get rid of them, right? And make it single payer. That's the plan. It's always been the plan. Now, to prove a little point, just before the last election, the Democrats put out a little campaign video designed to mock Mitt Romney. Now, the video said this. It said, "Hey Mitt, guess what? You know how you hate Obamacare? Well, the joke's on you. Because the man who designed Obamacare for us, John McDonough, he was the architect of it, Massachusetts state legislator, Harvard academic. He designed it for us, Mitt. And guess what? He was the man who also designed Romneycare. So we got you." It was true. McDonough did design both systems. Mitt Romney got a bill out of the Massachusetts state legislature, which is shot full of Democratic Socialists of America supporters, and he tried to modify it, make it less socialist, and put it back. But he got stuck with it. What the video didn't say is that John McDonough was the Boston chair of Democratic Socialists of America, a Marxist. So a Marxist designed Obamacare, the same Marxist group promoted it through the unions and the Congressional Progressive Caucus, and another member of that group personally indoctrinated your president into it. 7,000 Marxists about to transform your country forever, to socialise between 1/6 and 1/4 of your economy and condemn many of you to a premature death. That's what they're doing right now, folks. They cannot be allowed to get away with it. Now, the other thing my book is about is naming names. I profile 51 members of the House and 14 of your senators and their communist ties. Now, anybody in this room, I'm not talking military, but outside the military, anybody in this room ever applied for a federal government job and is not embarrassed to admit it? Okay, a few of you. Now, did you have to get an FBI security clearance?
I was in the FBI.
Okay. Well, you know what I'm talking about, okay?
I'd rather be.
Okay, now, they can be pretty rigorous, right? Might take 2 years sometimes. They can go through your underwear drawers. They want to know your family background, any dodgy uncles you might have had, drug habits, education, foreign travel. Is that all fair comment?
Yeah.
Because they have to be able to trust you, right? You're working for the federal government. You might have an influence on public policy one day. Americans' lives may depend on you. You need to be a trusted person. Fair enough. What happens if you put on a suit and tie and you stand for Congress or the US Senate and you get elected to the you get serve on the Science and Technology Committee or the Armed Services Committee or the Homeland Security Committee or the Judiciary Committee or even the Intelligence Committee? How much of an FBI security clearance do you need for that, folks? Zero. Because the people are supposed to vet the candidates, right? And the media is supposed to help them do it, right? How's that one working out for you? Big success, is it? Look at it this way. Basically, these guys can get in there and get any secrets they want and influence public policy on a national and even an international level, and nobody checks them out. No one. They're trusted. Now, if you were a foreign intelligence officer, say a North Korean or a Russian or a Chinese or a Cuban or even an Iranian, and you had friends in the United States Labour movement and the Communist movement, and they had the ability to elect their supporters to your Congress or your Senate, people they could trust and people they shared information with, would you be doing your job if you didn't try and take advantage of that? If you had this huge gap in the security of your main enemy that you could drive a Mack truck through, and you could put people in there that were working for you, not for America, would you try and do that? You wouldn't be doing your job if you didn't, would you? So they've got this big gap there, folks. You're going to tell me they don't try and take advantage of it? You've got people like John Conyers in your Congress right now, a 50-year history with the Communist Party USA. 50 years. You've got Rosa DeLauro, one of your top Democrats, best friends with the head of the Connecticut Communist Party, who is incidentally the daughter-in-law of a known Soviet agent. You've got people like Raul Grijalva, used to write for the Communist Party publication. You've got people like Tammy Baldwin, freshman senator out of Wisconsin, a long-time member of a support group for the Colombian Marxist-Leninist narco-terrorists. You've got people like Jim McDermott out of Washington State, a communist as his chief of staff for years. He went to Iraq just before the Iraq War on a propaganda mission paid for by Saddam Hussein's intelligence services. You've got people like Danny Davis and Jan Schakowsky and Jerry Nadler, all card-carrying members of Democratic Socialists of America while serving in your house. You've got people like Barbara Lee, who's been hanging around with the Communist Party for 30 years and has been down to Cuba more than a dozen times. You've got people in the Congressional Black Caucus going down to Cuba on a regular basis to confer with the Castro brothers on how to influence your foreign policy in the House to loosen travel and trade restrictions on Cuba so they can basically send more spies into your country. What do we call it, folks, when people go from your country to an enemy country to help them against you? Is there a bit of a penalty for that, folks?
Yeah.
Is it a serious offence? Could be.
Serious enough.
Serious as you can get, people. I can't think of a more serious one. Judy Chu out of California. Nice looking Chinese lady, beautiful haircut, always dresses so beautifully. Looks like butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. She goes to China on a regular basis. She goes over there to build ties between your countries. While she's over there, she talks about being a true daughter of China. I'm finally coming home. The Chinese press calls her our representative in America. She used to hang around in the 70s and 80s with the Communist Workers' Party, the most hardcore, pro-Chinese, Maoist group this country's ever seen. 5 members of that organisation got shot to death in the streets of Greensboro, North Carolina in 1979 when they got in a public machine gun battle with the KKK. And Judy Chu still works with former members of that group today, right now. All documented in my book. Alan West, the congressman from Florida, got himself in a little bit of trouble a couple of years ago when he said there's 80 communists in Congress. Well, he was a bit loose on the terminology. Most of them don't carry party cards, but he was also way light on the numbers. I'd say there's at least 100 members of your House and 20 members of your Senate at least who could not pass a basic security clearance to clean the toilets at any military base in your country. And neither could your president. You all know that one. So you can fix everything else in your country, right? You can fix education and your economy and all this. But if you leave those people in your Congress, where are you going to go? What's more dangerous, folks? A standing army at your gates or a fifth column inside your gates? Which is more dangerous to your republic? And nobody's calling these people out, folks. No one. Till now. But I don't want to depress you folks with any of that or bring you down in any way. Am I a bit too late, am I? A little bit too late? Saturday night, folks, you should be watching college football, you know? We're having a good time. Sorry about that. We gave up a little while ago. Okay. Look, if I thought there was no hope for America, I'd be back in my beautiful New Zealand right now, building bunkers and stocking up on baked beans. Okay? And I'm not mocking prepping, believe me. But I look at it this way. In 2008, the left thought they had a slam dunk. They had the House, they had the Senate, they had their man in the White House. Their agenda was already written out. All their ducks were in a row, and they were going to take down Middle America once and for all. All those 60s revolutionaries who've been burrowing through your labour unions and your Democratic Party and your media and your academia, their day had finally come, folks. 40 years of work was going to pay off. It was all there for the taking, and the great Satan was going to get taken down. It was all there, folks. They were breaking out the vodka. But in 2009 and 2010, something miraculous happened. And I don't use that word lightly, people. What was that? You guys. You guys happened. You guys came out of bloody nowhere. You know, you came out of left field, or should I say right field? They thought they had it, folks. They thought they had it, and you guys came out of nowhere, and you blogged, and you marched, and you emailed, and you agitated, and you rallied, and you phone banked, and you put some spine into that GOP, and you, not them, took back the House in 2010. And what did that do, folks? That brought the agenda of the left to a grinding, screeching halt. They had it, and you took it off them. And some of you wonder why they hate you. And why they call you dirty names. Because whether you understand it or not, you saved your country. Because had you not done that in 2010, the entire agenda of the left would be in now. Obamacare would be in. Cap and trade, card check. The illegal immigrants would be voting in 2014. Everything would be in place, and the Democrats would be laughing, folks. And where would you be then? Where would America be then?
And that's why communism has such relevance today. It's the final destination on the road we're traveling.
Most of the activity of the department was to compile huge volume of information on individuals who were instrumental in creating public opinion. Publishers, editors, journalists, actors, educationalists, professors of political science, members of parliament, representatives of business circles. This was my instruction. Try to get into large circulation, established conservative media. Reach, filthy rich movie makers, intellectuals, so-called academic circles, cynical, egocentric people who can look into your eyes with angelic expression and tell you a lie. These are the most recruitable people, people who lack moral principles, who are either too greedy or too suffer from self-importance. They feel that they matter a lot. These are the people who KGB wanted very much to recruit.
Ideological subversion is the process which is legitimate, overt, and open. You can see it with your own eyes. All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from their ears, open up their eyes, and they can see it. There is no mystery. There is nothing to do with espionage. It's a slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow and is divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed. The result you can see. Most of the people who graduated in the 60s, dropouts or half-baked intellectuals, are now occupying the positions of power in the government, civil service, business, mass media, educational system. You are stuck with them. You cannot get rid of them. They are contaminated. They are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. Exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who is demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. Basically, America is stuck with demoralization, and unless, even if you start right now, here, this minute, you start educating new generation of Americans, it will still take you 15 to 20 years to turn the tide of ideological perception of reality. People who think they are living at a peacetime. False. United States is in the state of war. Undeclared total war. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. He will go to Moscow to kiss the bottoms of new generation of Soviet assassins. Never mind, he will create false illusions that the situation is under control. Situation is not under control. Situation is disgustingly out of control. After crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. So the next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. In the small town of Hue in South Vietnam, several thousands of Vietnamese were executed in one night when the city was captured by Viet Cong for only 2 days. And American CIA could never figure out how could possibly communists know each individual, where he lives, where to get him, and will be arrested in one night, basically in some 4 hours before dawn, put in a van, taken out of the city limits and shot. The answer is very simple. Long before communists occupied the city, there was extensive network of informers, local Vietnamese citizens, who knew absolutely everything about people who were instrumental in public opinion, including barbers and taxi drivers. Everyone who was sympathetic to the United States was executed. Same thing was done under the guidance of the Soviet embassy in Hanoi, and same thing I was doing in New Delhi. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. It happened in Grenada. Same happened in Afghanistan. Same happened in Bangladesh. But It's the same pattern everywhere. The moment they serve their purpose, all the useful idiots are used either be executed entirely, or the idealistically minded Marxists, or exiled, or put in prisons, like in Cuba. Many former Marxists are in Cuba. Because, you see, the useful idiots, the leftists who are idealistically believing in the beauty of Soviet socialist or communist or whatever system, when they get disillusioned, they become the worst enemies. That's why my KGB instructors specifically made a point: never bother with leftists. Forget about these political prostitutes. The psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, obviously they will revolt. They will be very unhappy, frustrated people. And the Marxist-Leninist regime does not tolerate these people. They will join the links of dissenters, dissidents. Unlike in present United States, there will be no place for dissent in future Marxist-Leninist America. Here you can get popular like Daniel Ellsberg and filthy rich like Jane Fonda for being dissident, for criticizing your Pentagon. In future, these people will be simply squashed like cockroaches. Nobody is going to pay them nothing for their beautiful, noble ideas of equality.
But to eliminate the others, to execute the others, don't they serve some purpose? Wouldn't they be the ones who rely on?
They serve purpose only at the stage of destabilization of a nation. For example, your leftists in United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. You have literally several years to live on unless the United States wake up. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer. Unlike myself, you will have nowhere to defect to, unless you want to live in Antarctica or Finland. This is it. This is the last country of freedom and possibility. If people will fail to grasp the impending danger of their development, nothing ever can help the United States. You may kiss goodbye to your freedom, prison inmate, all this freedom will vanish, evaporate in 5 seconds, including your precious lives. The moment at least part of the United States population is convinced that the danger is real, they have to force their government. And I'm not talking about sending letters, signing petitions, and all this beautiful, noble activity. I am talking about forcing United States government to stop aiding communism.
He's been trying to reorder the world as if he is the creator. But that's perhaps because he thinks he is.
Soros himself admits that from the time he was very young, he had megalomaniacal ideas. He said he had messianic fantasies. He said he even thought of himself as a kind of god.
In The Alchemy of Finance, quote, "I fancied myself as some kind of god."
Soros goes further in that he has said that he wanted to be the conscience of the world. He was quoted by his biographer, Kaufman.
Yes, I did say that, and actually I stand by it. I think the world very much needs a conscience. I want my foundation network to be the conscience of the world.
He was born in Budapest, Hungary on August 12, 1930, as George Schwartz, the son of Orthodox Jews. Today, Soros is an atheist who doesn't embrace his Jewish identity and rarely supports Jewish causes or Israel.
That, of course, is something, again, very, very much a part of my psyche, anti-Semitism and hatred of Jews. I think there are enough Jews to take care of Israel. It was actually probably the happiest year of my life that year of German occupation. For me, it was a very positive experience. It's a strange thing, because you see incredible suffering around you. It's a very happy-making, exhilarating experience.
George attended the Fabian Socialist London School of Economics. He moved to New York in 1956, became a U.S. citizen in 61, and at the age of 39, he started what would become the Quantum Fund, which he would use to attack currencies all across the globe. He later would be blamed for the financial collapses in Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Japan, and Russia. And who could forget that he was the man who broke the Bank of England in 1992.
That I made on this particular transaction, the estimate is about $1 billion.
I precipitated the event which occurred, I think, the next day or within 2 days. So, in a way, it works as in the Marxist way.
Karl Marx's proposition, from everybody according to their ability and to everybody according to their needs, was a very attractive idea.
Soros also collapses regimes with his Open Society Fund.
Open society is a desirable form of social organization, both as a means to an end and as an end in itself.
If what your vision that you set out was enacted, would we have as one final result a more equal distribution of wealth?
It would lead to a more equal distribution of wealth. When you try to, let's say, improve society, you affect different people and different interests differently, and they are not actually commensurate. So you very often have all kinds of unintended adverse consequences. So I had to experiment, and it was a learning process. The first part was this subversive activity, disrupting repressive regimes. That was a lot of fun.
So what is his target now? Us. America.
He said it himself on many occasions. He said, what I have done in other countries in terms of overturning bad governments, I'm going to do in this country.
In one of his books, Soros writes, quote, "The main obstacle to a stable and just world order is the United States."
George Soros is really the Dr. Evil of the whole world of left-wing foundation.
I set up a foundation to promote open society throughout the world. I established an American branch for the Open Society.
There is a deep-seated conflict between capitalism and open society. Open society is endangered by our current leadership in this country, and that is when I refocused my attention on the United States.
How has America got to be different? I felt that I have got to get involved in America, and that's, at the time, I felt that if we could terminate President Bush's hold on the White House.
So I think you need a new world order that China has to be part.
The question is whether we need, and whether Mr. Soros and his foundations can help to bring more foreign influence into the United States instead of relying on what is essentially a balance between Democrats and conservative Republicans.
I think you put your finger on a very important flaw in the current world order, and that is that only Americans have a vote in Congress, and yet it is the United States that basically determines policy for the world. That is a flaw in the current setup.
Political analysts say the shadow party he has built here greatly resembles those he created in other countries before instigating a coup.
He created his own party within a party, or his shadow party outside of the Democratic Party, the Center for American Progress. That was one of the original shadow party groups. This group, from the beginning, was charged with getting control of the conservative media.
We are now moving to the second issue of the Charter Convention, the persistence of poverty in the middle of our prosperity, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome one of our conveners, the Reverend Jim Wallis, the head of the Call to Renewal, a new coalition of churches to fight poverty, and the editor of Sojourners.
Our country needs us, and we need people like George Soros, who is fearless and willing to step up when it counts.
These are the Open Society. These are just the things that he has donated to. I just want to show you because we don't have a lot of time. So I just wanted to show you the list. These are the list of the organizations that are involved, you know, in these 5 steps. And we wrote it out for you. But I just wanted to show you that it's no big deal. It's not like you're overpowered or anything like this. There's more. This is less than half of them. But other than that, there's nothing to see here. Just move on with your lives. Nothing to see here, folks.
In the things that I am engaged in, I'm actually willing to put my life at risk, and I think it makes me feel much more complete.
The system we have now has actually broken down, only we haven't quite recognized it. And so you need to create a new one. And this is the time to do.
And welcome to socialism.
The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. He will go to Moscow to kiss the bottoms of new generation of Soviet assassins, never mind. He will create false illusions that the situation is under control. Situation is not under control. Situation is disgustingly out of control.
You wouldn't want a man like this anywhere near the President of the United States, would you? Soros has been granted at least 4 visits so far to the Obama White House. This, a man who has repeatedly called for the devaluation of the dollar.
A slow decline in the value of the dollar, a managed decline.
He's waged a war against capitalism.
Capitalism is not directly opposed to open society. Nevertheless, it poses some serious threats.
This is a man who wants the world to be one global society without borders or individual governments. One global society and one global gatekeeper.
A deal has been reached with the European Union that authorizes the government of Cyprus to essentially steal money from the private bank accounts of its citizens. Now, this unprecedented step is being taken in order to bankroll the island nation's Eurozone bailout in the hopes of averting a total financial meltdown. Now, let me run through the details of this downright tyrannical plan. Now, first, unlike the measure that was voted down by the Parliament last week that would have impacted everyone, the deal affects only those uninsured deposit accounts that contain more than 100,000 euros, or approximately $130,000. But get this, the deal is structured in a way that permits the government to tax at least 40%. Let me repeat, 40% of the money in those accounts. Now, make no mistake, socialism is rising, and if you're wondering if your money is safe here in America, I don't blame you, because what's happening on the tiny island nation of Cyprus is a textbook definition of spreading the wealth. Now, where have I heard this before?
It's not that I want to punish your success. I just want to make sure that everybody who is behind you, that they've got a chance at success too. And I think when you spread the wealth around, it's good for everybody.
Or as Vice President Joe Biden once said, handing your hard-earned money over to the government, that's your, quote, patriotic duty. And joining me now with reaction from the Wall Street Journal, Steve Moore, and Fox News contributor Nina Easton. Guys, welcome to the show.
Hi, Sean. Great to be here.
All right, Steve, money is your business. You know this as well as anybody. I think this idea that they're going to take this, whether people believe it or not, I think a lot of distrust in banking will emerge as a result. What's your reaction?
Well, it could be. I mean, it's almost like 1929 for Cyprus right now. Remember in 1929 in the United States when all the banks froze up and people were lined up to get their deposits out of the banks? You know, what's happened in Cyprus right now, if you're a depositor, Sean, you can't get your money out of those banks. If you have, they have limits on how much you can get in your ATM machine. Think about what kind of panic that kind of thing would cause in the United States. So I think this is a long-term crisis for this country of Cyprus. I don't think our banking system, by the way, Sean, is anywhere near as bad as the situation is in a nation like Cyprus. But the real lesson, we want to avoid the kind of contamination that is in Cyprus, in Greece, and these other European countries. And the big mystery to me, Sean, is why our American politicians, including the guy in the White House, continue to want to be like Europe.
Yeah, well, that I think is the $24 million or billion dollar or $1 trillion question. Right. I think that's a good point. But just one related question on this, because some people, for example, they'll put $240,000 in one account, then the same amount in another account. Maybe they sold their house, whatever. Now, each one of those accounts separately are FDIC insured, correct?
That's right. You know, well, it depends. There's limitations on how much you can get insured on each individual deposit, Sean, and that, you know, every country has its own deposit insurance.
But in this country, it's $250,000.
That's right. That's right.
You know, it's interesting, Steve, because there was a New York Post article this weekend that hit on a point that I had not thought about. And they made a comparison. If somebody put $1,000 in the island, one of the island banks 4 years ago, that would be worth $1,250 today, 4 years ago. All right, so you take 10% off, they're still up $125. Now, if an American middle-class family put $1,000 in J.P. Morgan or Citibank 4 years ago, the balance would be $1,010 less bank fees, which means it's probably closer to $950.
Yeah, but you know what, Sean? I mean, that's a great example, but here's the difference between those two deposits. The deposit in the United States is safe. At least your principal is safe. You may not be getting a lot of interest on that deposit. The problem for these big investors in a country like Cyprus is they're not going to even get their principal back. So maybe they've got some interest.
Over a certain amount, but again, it's tax the rich, tax the wealthy, which, by the way, is all part of redistribution
That's
anyway.
True. That's true. And I think one of the lessons here, by the way, is Americans should be very vigilant about following the finances of the banks that they're investing their money in and putting their deposits in. You're right, we have a deposit insurance, but still people should be very wary of whether the financial situation of the banks is strong. Right now they are, by the way.
Last word, Nina.
Yeah, and going back to the savings and loan crisis of the 1980s, yes, people should be cautious about where they're putting money. But keep in mind, in the 2008 financial crisis, our government protected depositors. It wasn't an issue even for big depositors.
All right, Nina, Steve, guys, good to see you, and no worries yet. No run on the banks tonight. Thank you for being with us.
Great to
Thank God. All right.
Hey, everybody, I'm Jerry Willis. Tonight on The Willis Report.
Sticky fingers tapping into your retirement savings while your IRA and 401k is the target of a new tax.
Tonight tonight's top story, a raid on your retirement. It's a pot of money totaling nearly $10 trillion, and it's yours. Retirement accounts, IRAs, 401ks. I've warned here in the past how the White House wants a piece of it. Now that day has come. The president's new budget details are just coming out, but it would limit the size of retirement accounts and expose more of your money to the tax man. It's an irresistible way Washington can raise money. With us now, Jonathan Hoenig with the Capitalist Pig Hedge Fund and Judy Miller from the American Society of Pension Professionals and Actuaries. Jonathan, I'm going to start with you. The administration is shocked to find that people have saved millions of dollars. Does that mean they should get it?
Well, it would seem the administration would think that it's their money, Jerry, to your point. I mean, this is wealth confiscation. I really don't know what other way to put it. It's almost like America's version of a little mini Cyprus. To your point, savers over time have accumulated assets. They've tried to save for their own retirements, and now government's going to come along and, in their words, decide what's a reasonable level of retirement savings. No wonder so many people I talk to are looking to hide money from the government, whether it's in gold, bitcoins, or anything else.
Well, and to that point, we had a viewer message us saying, you know, now it's time to get a bigger mattress, so I can just put my money on my mattress. Yeah. So when you talk about limiting the amount of money, what they're talking about possibly, according to one government official and reports we've been seeing today, limited to $3 million, because the thinking is, here's the math they do, the brain surgery math that they do. You could buy an annuity with $3 million that would pay out $205,000 every year, and that's the amount of money people should have in retirement. No more than that. Turning now to Judy, your organization is against this. Why?
Well, we're against it for a couple of reasons. First is we just don't think it's appropriate to penalize people who have been good savers and successful at their investing. But even more than that, most of our members, most ASPA members, work with 401k retirement plans, employer-sponsored plans, and this is actually going to impact those too, in that when somebody hits the $3 million limit that is a small business owner or a decision maker for the company, that's going to make them less likely to contribute to the plan. And right now, non-discrimination rules give a lot of people across the board in all different income categories contributions that, frankly, they're going to lose out on when this becomes effective. So it hits everybody. It hits everybody.
And Jonathan, to you, you know, the average balance right now in a 401k, according to eBree, less than $60,000, $58,991. You know, we have a crisis in retirement savings. Should it be government policy to take a piece of the pie that people are trying to save for retirement?
Right. I mean, Jerry, yeah, exactly. To disincentivize saving, investing. I mean, oftentimes I think government believes that when you save money, when you invest money, it just sits dormant, you know, in the ground somewhere. No, it's actually invested in companies and stocks and bonds and in more wealth creation. So I think, unfortunately, this is, to our guest point, disincentivizing wealth creation. It's incentivizing dependency and really wealth evasion. Again, I mean, the market's at all-time highs, Jerry, but I have so many folks talking to me not about wanting to invest in stocks, but basically wanting to somehow try to keep their money safe from government's prying hands.
Right. Well, Judy, to you, the impact of capping balances would actually reduce balances. People would put less money in it, according to eBree. Again, that is 11 to 24%. What do you think would be the net effect in your view? What would be the practical effects of this policy of capping balances?
Well, the practical effect is that people that have nowhere near that amount are still going to get reduced savings. And so it's not, I think the mistake that gets made over and over again is thinking that if you cap something for people that are business owners or have done well for themselves, that it's not going to hurt anybody else. And the way the rules work for employer-based retirement plans, it will flow through. It will hurt other people.
Ridiculous.
And we don't know all the details, but we know it's going to be bad.
All right,
yeah, and Jerry, of course, any time government sets an arbitrary cap, whether it's, you know, the AMT that's come back to bite so many middle-class folks that decades ago only attracted the rich. I mean, in my estimation, $3 million in a retirement account in a couple of years, given the way that the dollar's falling, that's actually not going to be worth too much. So, I mean, this is a tremendous disincentive to wealth creation for folks at all levels of the socioeconomic
The last thing it seems to me you want to do is discourage people from saving for retirement, because we don't even know if Social Security is going to be there. And just again to quote one of our viewers, they call it the Holy Grail. that the government wants to get its hands on this nearly $9 trillion in savings, money that we've carefully put together slowly over time. They want to get their hands in your pocket. Jonathan and Judy, thanks for coming on tonight. You guys were great. We'll definitely continue to pound the table on this, because I don't know about you, but I want the government out of my pocket. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
See, there's a pattern developing in our government. It's the same thing with the oil spill. Obama started investigating to find out what caused the explosion. Here's what he said.
The purpose of this commission is to consider both the root causes of the disaster and offer options on what safety and environmental precautions we need to take to prevent a similar disaster from happening again.
Right. No answers yet. Gotta go find them. But also, I'd like to show you this bill because it's going to fix everything. Excuse me? Obama is hard at work getting to the bottom of this. Here's the White House report from his meeting yesterday. The president told the senators that he still believes that the best way for us to transition to clean energy economy is with this bill that makes clean energy profitable kind of energy for America's businesses by putting a price on pollution. Profitable for business by putting a price on
My head hurts trying to figure this out.
Doesn't work. It's almost as if the progressive agenda is more important than the issue at hand, or actually solving the problem. Here's another puzzler for you today. No one seems to be really bothered by this. The Russian spies that were caught this week. First of all, I've seen a few spies from Russia caught before in this country. It's always a very big deal. Big press event. Have you noticed that Eric Holder is gone? That's weird. Where is he? Oh, that's right. He's in Afghanistan. He's in Afghanistan. While we're uncovering a flood of spies? Wow, that's kind of weird, isn't it? Second of all, 10 Russian spies. Sounds like a big deal. Is it a big deal? Because we seem to be shrugging it off now. I don't really understand that. The immigrant from Peru, Vicky. Do we have Vicky's picture up? I love her. She's a Castro sympathizer and a Hugo Chavez supporter who is critical of the U.S. government, and she should run for Congress. It's great. She was a longtime columnist for the Spanish language newspaper. This is the paper where this Russian operative expressed her anti-American, pro-Marxist views. Vicky, the spy, wanted you to know that U.S. prisons are equal to modern-day slavery, that Arizona's unholy immigration law is modern-day Nazi legislation, and that the United States is a heartless, cruel human rights violator. Wow! Sounds like a press release from the progressives. No, this was a spy from Russia. Another suspect, 28-year-old Anna Chapman, she's described as striking. If I hear how hot this woman is one more time, I could care less. Why are we talking about this? But the evidence against her, quote, is devastating. She was busted in an elaborate sting operation here in New York, where they were told she was giving a fake passport to another Russian spy. The spies were allegedly trying to integrate socially and eventually infiltrate policy-making circles. I think you guys already accomplished that one. You can write that off. We have supposedly been over, these spies have been here for years and years. Is there a piece missing in this story? Why do we expose them now? The FBI says because they're gearing up to leave the country. I want to show you some video. This is Putin complaining about our police acting stupidly, being out of control.
Back at your home, the police went out of control and are throwing people in jail.
Well, Robert Gibbs reacted pretty strongly to that. Here it is.
I mean, obviously the president was fully and appropriately informed. This was a law enforcement action, and law enforcement acted appropriately, and he did not have a personal reaction that I know of.
I'm sorry. Did I hear that right? The president didn't have a personal reaction to Putin or the 10 spies being arrested who are trying to infiltrate policy-making circles, creating propaganda, calling us Nazis and our pay. I mean, that's weird. But then again, he apparently has no feeling in his face because flies can land there and it doesn't seem to bother him all that much. Nothing to say to Putin. He couldn't meet with Israel, but he could have hamburgers with the Russians when he knew they were spying. Yeah, and then Holder jets off to another country while this is going. That's weird. Maybe it's just me, but you don't create an international incident for 10 people if it's no big deal. Something's not right here. You know what else is strange? The way the news in Russia is reporting it. This is how they're reporting it here. You notice Putin didn't say to, Barack Obama, hey, you Mr. Bad President. He said that it was renegade police work from American racists who are just trying to discredit the president. Wow.
What you just heard was the beginning of Russia's anti-police propaganda. Russia could have just been writing Obama's talking points and the Democrat Party's talking point. Communists and socialists are using the police brutality issue in America in order to sell the idea of federalizing our police forces locally. That means the federal government now has direct control over local communities. Making local police an arm of the federal government doesn't really make the police more accountable to the American people or the rule of law. It just means that the American people now lose control of protecting themselves individually, community-wide, statewide, and now they have to spend the rest of their lives seeking justice from an unelected government bureaucrat without checks and balances, and that will always do what's in the best interest of the federal government. You see, socialist progressives always use the crises created by anarchists, the brutality of police departments, the bloody evil acts committed by domestic terrorists and foreign terrorists on American soil, and they'll always use the fallout of a demoralized American culture in order to expand government and control the everyday lives of the American people. Meanwhile, the individuals protesting have no idea that they're actually fulfilling the communist objective and agenda to destabilize their own society. And they never think to consider who's behind the protest. There's a gentleman named George Soros who funded all of these protests in order to create that destabilization that could be used to make the federal government bigger. This man is a socialist progressive. He's also a communist billionaire. And his whole goal is to use his wealth to expand the growth of government. George Soros, the socialist billionaire, spent over $33 million to pay for and fund the rioting in Ferguson and Baltimore, Maryland, in order to sell the idea of a federalized police force controlled by the federal government at the local level. And the Reverend L. Sharpton is just one of George Soros's high-paid puppets being used to increase racial division and mislead the public and the next generation to think that the only solution is communism, total government control. But don't take my words for it. He said, unquote, we need the Justice Department to step in and take over policing in this country. You see?
The Russians are against the Americans. I'm used to that. But I've never seen the Russians be against the Americans and for the American president.
That's because liberals and Marxist leaders are easily used as political puppets for Russia's interests in exchange for personal power and wealth.
That's a new one. We'll noodle that and so much more.
Now listen on as Yuri Benzimov, ex-KGB spy, exposes how Russia destructively influenced America's culture to decline through cultural subversion.
To implement state policy in a warlike manner, it's the most counterproductive, barbaric, and inefficient to fight on a battlefield. You know that war is continuation of state policy, right? So if you want successfully to implement your state policy and you start fighting, this is the most idiotic way to do it. The highest art of warfare is not to fight at all, but to subvert anything of value in the country of your enemy, until such time that the perception of reality of your enemy is screwed up to such an extent that he does not perceive you as an enemy, and that your system, your civilization, and your for ambitions. Look to your enemy as an alternative, if not desirable, then at least feasible. Better red than dead. That's the ultimate purpose, the final stage of subversion, after which you can simply take your enemy without a single shot being fired, if the subversion is successful. This is basically what subversion is. The process of demoralization could be stopped right here, both as an expert and as an import. And that takes one step, one very important thing to do. You don't have to expel all the KGB agents from Washington, D.C. The most difficult and at the same time the simplest answer to the subversion is to start it here and even before, by bringing back the society to religion, something that you cannot touch and eat and put on yourself, but something that rules society and makes it move and preserve it. A Soviet scientist, Shafarevich, who has nothing to do with religion, he is a computer scientist, did a very intensive research on the history of socialist countries. He calls socialist or communist any country with a centralized economy and a pyramidal style of power structure. And he discovered, actually he didn't discover it, he just brought to attention of his readers, that civilizations like Mohenjo-Daro in the river Indus area, like Egypt, like Maya, Incas, like Babylonian culture, collapsed and disappeared from the surface of Earth. The moment they lost religion, as simple as that, they disintegrated. Nobody remembers about them anymore. Well, distantly. So, the ideas are moving society and keeping mankind as a society of human beings, intelligent, moral agents of God. The facts, the truth, the exact knowledge may not. All the sophisticated technology and computers will not prevent society from disintegrating and eventually dying out. Have you ever met a person who would sacrifice his life, freedom, for the truth like that? This is truth. I never met a person who said, this is truth and I'm ready to shoot me. To defend the truth. Right? But millions sacrifice their life, freedom, comfort, everything for things like God, like Jesus Christ. It's an honor. Some martyrs in the Soviet concentration camp died. And they died in peace, unlike those who shouted, "Long live Stalin," knowing perfectly well that he may not live long. Something which is not material moves society and helps it to survive. And the other way around. The moment we turn into 2 by 2 is 4 and make it a guiding principle of our life, our existence, we die. Even though this is true, and this we cannot prove. We only can feel and have faith in it. So the answer to ideological subversion, strangely enough, is very simple. You don't have to shoot people, you don't have to aim missiles and Pershings and cruise missiles at Andropov's headquarters. You simply have to have faith and prevent subversion. In other words, not to be a victim of subversion. Don't try to be a person who in judo is trying to smash your enemy and being caught by your hand. Don't strike like that. Strike with the power of your spirit and moral superiority. If you don't have that power, it's high time to develop it. And that's the only answer. That's it.
Thank you.
Friedrich Nietzsche tried to convince the world that God was dead. Charles Darwin tried to prove that humans are simply part of the animal kingdom. And Karl Marx realized that the philosophies of Nietzsche and Darwin would legitimize his own philosophy of communism. He knew their ideas would justify the brutality and slaughter that would be necessary to implement communism worldwide. It was in March of 1883, Karl Marx, the father of modern-day communism, died. The assumption that communism would die with him was a logical one, since only 9 people attended his funeral. In October of that same year in London, England, a group was forming called the Fabian Socialist Society.
The Fabian Socialists decided that they were going to socialize the world incrementally. They called it socialism by evolution instead of Marxist socialism by revolution.
It always worked in tandem with the communists. Some Fabians were also communists. There was a bit of interchange of membership.
The Fabian Socialists are slowly but surely bringing about the socialization of the world. Europe is pretty well done. They are now working in Latin America. Latin America is not just socialistic in many countries. They're all already Marxist. You have hardcore Marxists in Venezuela, in Nicaragua. El Salvador just went communistic, and of course Fidel is sitting right there laughing at this whole thing. And we haven't even figured this thing out yet. We don't even know there's a red plague coming up to meet us. We think that we're just going to watch the cartoons on Saturday morning and everything will be fine.
They had a lot to do with bad stuff happening.
There are 2 things I found that gave me a good idea where the Fabians were really coming from. First of all, their symbol was a wolf in sheep's clothing. And secondly, George Bernard Shaw, who was a leader in the Fabians for almost 50 years, said, quote, "I am a communist, but not a member of the Communist Party. Stalin is a first-rate Fabian. I am one of the founders of Fabianism, and as such, very friendly to Russia," unquote.
The Fabians eventually beget the Students for Democratic Society, which beget the Weather Underground, which beget basically the social changes that have happened in America in the last 40 years.
Many of the SDS members from the 1960s still have an incredible influence on the direction our country is heading. One is the Reverend Jim Wallace, who was president of SDS when he was a student at Michigan State University.
And yet today, he is the spiritual advisor to the President of the United States. They've been friends for many years. They go back to Chicago and the Chicago politics crowd. And during the Vietnam War, he was rooting for the Viet Cong to beat the United States Army. And when they did, he just couldn't believe it. He said it was one of the happiest days in his life.
And another leader in the Students for a Democratic Society and founder of the Weather Underground is William Ayers, who has been a longtime friend and neighbor of President Obama. It came out in 2009 that Obama's book, Dreams from My Father, was even written by Ayers. So the influence from the Fabian Socialist Society goes right into the White House. The next group I found that has seriously impacted America's culture is the Frankfurt School.
The Frankfurt School was a sort of an outpost in America of European socialism.
Willy Munzenberg, with a few other Bolsheviks, founded the Frankfurt School.
The 2 leading members are Herbert Marcuse and Franz Neumann. Franz Neumann was, in fact, a Soviet agent.
Their entire purpose was to stand the entire educational system of the West, and the United States in particular, on its head.
Bertrand Russell, who worked with the Frankfurt School, said, "By using psychological techniques to teach the children, we will be able to produce, quote, an unshakable conviction that snow is black," unquote.
They established a school here with the help of John Dewey. He helps bring these German intellectuals to America in 1933, dropped them down at Princeton, Berkeley, Brandeis, to go after education and media.
Included in those goals were the teaching of homosexuality and sexuality to children, the promotion of excessive drinking, and destruction of religion in the United States. That was a big one. And they basically started the social rot. Willie Munzberg said, "We are going to make the West so corrupt it stinks."
I love spending time with my family, July 4th, baseball, and apple pie, and my mind can't even comprehend that there were groups of intellectuals back in the 1930s plotting and planning how they could make America so corrupt it stinks.
There are certain lines and certain limits, and the left has always pushed it as hard as they can, as far as they can, and will protect any pornographer, any deviant, any negative cultural form they can find, basically to degrade the culture.
And that goes right along with the feminism of today, which was part of the Frankfurt School's desire to destroy a patriarchal society for a matriarchal society. In other words, remove the father as the loving provider, discipliner, discipler, leader of his home, where you instill virtues and integrity and modesty. That's been broken down on purpose because they knew if they could destroy the family, they could destroy a nation. And instead of having a father who leads and disciples and protects the home and provides for the family, the government steps in as a nanny state.
The Frankfurt School developed the concept of cultural Marxism.
Penetrate the culture, take it over, and then everything else will follow.
And of course they did that, and today we've had a complete cultural revolution. As many people in America are familiar with the phrase "make love, not war," that actually came from Herbert Marcuse, who was with the Frankfurt School. So these guys went after education and after media, and they've been very successful in changing the entire worldview of Americans through what they call political correctness, but it's really cultural Marxism, with the goal being to destroy Christianity, then create chaos, and then move to their ultimate goal, which is from cultural Marxism to traditional Marxism, which is socialism.
Most of the strategy to remake America from within started with Antonio Gramsci, who wrote over 2,000 pages back in the 1930s outlining how to take a Judeo-Christian culture down from the inside. The plan he suggested has been the main focus of the left ever since.
Antonio Gramsci was a neo-Marxist philosopher.
Antonio Gramsci was an Italian communist.
Antonio Gramsci is probably the biggest troublemaker in the world. He's probably got more responsibility for our social ills than anybody else on the planet.
He knew of the importance of undermining the morals and the character of this country.
Because America had a strong Christian heritage, you had to attack the culture. You had to change the culture.
Even to pornography, into areas that most people normally wouldn't accept.
He said that we're going to destroy the West by destroying its culture. We're going to infiltrate and we're going to turn their music, their art, and their literature against them.
That means that you penetrate the universities, you write the books, the novels, the poetry, the music, the book reviews. And once you control the culture, then you can sort of shape the thought of rising generations.
He differed with Marx. Instead of, for example, destroying the church and the other basic institutions, he said infiltrate them and use them to change the culture. What Gramsci had to say was that this is the way that government is perpetuated and society is perpetuated is through these churches, because they set the standards, they set the framework of the way people live, of rules, how a family should be structured.
He didn't want a revolution on the streets that would be overturned by the police the next day. He wanted to change society over the long term so that we'd have a revolution without us even realizing it, basically.
And the communists have been very effective in promoting their ideology in Hollywood, in the mass media.
And I think he was quite right. I think that's exactly what has happened. I think that's what's worked. I think it's working that way now. And that's where a lot of these people come from.
And that's been the big success story of communism in the last 50 years. It's the professors, it's the educationalists, it's the journalists. They are the shock troops, the Gramscian shock troops of the future.
And one of Gramsci's all-star disciples, Saul Alinsky, became one of the most influential radicals of the 1960s.
Well, Saul Alinsky was a prominent radical in 1930 Chicago. He worked closely with the Communist Party. He used to go down and train at the rifle range with Leon Dupre, who was later a mentor of Barack Obama. And they used to train to shoot because they knew the revolution was just around the corner. But that didn't come, so he got a bit more subtle.
Well, Saul Alinsky called for a community organizer to stir things up, to create agitation. In fact, he said, you'll be accused of being an agitator, and that's exactly what you are. He wanted the haves and have-nots fighting with each other.
It wasn't until I was watching an old film from World War II that I realized what the left has been doing in America to pit the poor against the rich, blacks against whites, and the young against the old is the same tactic Hitler used to disunify Germany.
You see, they knew that they were not strong enough to conquer a unified country, so they split Germany into small groups. They used prejudice as a practical weapon to cripple the nation. Remember that when you hear this kind of talk. Somebody's going to get something out of it, and it isn't going to be you.
And they use the conflict as justification for more government to stop the chaos. So they create the chaos, and then they step in as a solution to the chaos. And as Francis Schaeffer said, once this chaos comes, most people will willingly give over to authoritarianism because they don't want the chaos.
His book was kind of the field manual, if you will, for these activist organizations.
Which President Obama studied and taught at a workshop for 4 years in Chicago as a community organizer for Acorn.
As I was reading through Rules for Radicals to see where he was coming from, I just happened to take a look at the dedication in the front of the book. And this is what I saw. Quote, "Lest we forget at least an over-the-shoulder acknowledgement to the very first radical, the first radical known to man who rebelled against the establishment and did it so effectively that he at least won his own kingdom. Lucifer." Unquote. Saul Alinsky from Antonio Gramsci has had an incredible amount of influence on our president and on our society, and he dedicates his book openly to Lucifer, Satan. I think that says more about where their ideas and plans are based than anything else.
You asked what Saul Alinsky's impact is on the leftist movement today. It basically defines it. It defines it.
Saul Alinsky took the best of Gramsci and the best of the Fabian Socialist ideas, combined, repackaged, and sold them to the 60s radicals. After studying Alinsky, Richard Cloward and his wife, Frances Fox Piven, came up with what is today known as the Cloward-Piven strategy.
Now, their idea was basically that to destroy society or destroy capitalism per se, they needed to overload the system. The idea was to get everybody you possibly could on welfare, to get everybody you possibly could basically milking the system in some way or another.
It was called the crisis strategy, and it became very well known by activists and radicals in the 60s. They published an article in the May 1966 issue of Nation magazine called The Weight of the Poor, in which they outlined their strategy.
Rathke read that article, and Rathke ended up starting what we now know today as Acorn. And of course, Cloward and Piven had been studying Saul Alinsky. So Antonio Gramsci gives us Saul Alinsky. Saul Alinsky gives us the Cloward-Piven strategy, this husband and wife that said, hey, let's collapse the American economy by implementing so many entitlements, so much of a welfare state at collapse. Rathke studied the Cloward-Piven strategy. He starts Acorn.
And of course, Acorn gave us Obama. And to show what a small world it is, Wade Rathke, who started Acorn, was the draft resistance organizer for SDS, the group the Fabians started.
They've used that strategy ever since to expand voting rolls, to expand welfare rolls wherever they can, basically just to overload the system, to increase the tax burden on the middle class, and basically bring capitalism one step closer to destruction.
I guess we shouldn't be surprised that we still have open borders, that so many people are dependent on the government, and that the left keeps pushing these programs when all they've done is tear apart the black families in America and create generational cycles of poverty. The last group that has worked alongside the Fabians and the Frankfurt School using Gramsci's approach is the Communist Party USA.
Probably the most important book on this subject is called Towards Soviet America by William Z. Foster. William Z. Foster was the head of the Communist Party himself. He ran for the President of the United States in 1932, but in the book Towards Soviet America, he literally lays out chapter by chapter by chapter what is entailed to bring about a USSA, not just a USSR.
Two of the movements they started in America have played a significant role in tearing apart our families and breaking down our morality.
Betty Friedan is credited with really starting the feminist movement in this country. The purpose really was to attack full-time homemakers, to get them out of the home, to make them think they live dreary lives, to make women feel they are victims. It's the science of victimology. And that is so unfortunate, because the American woman is the most fortunate class of people who ever lived on the face of the earth. And to try to tell them that they are victims of an oppressive, unjust patriarchy is just a grievous lie. But unfortunately, they are teaching young women that and have been doing it for many years.
While Betty Friedan was pushing her book, Feminine Mystique, she implied that she was coming from the point of being a frustrated housewife herself and just wanted to be a help to other women. But later in the 1990s it came out she was in fact a radical propagandist for the Communist Party and a staunch supporter of Stalin. So when she had described the American family as, quote, a comfortable concentration camp, unquote, it wasn't because of her experience at home, it was because she was just doing her part to dismantle our families.
I'm a student of communism, and the communists set up various groups in various societies. Their society that they set up to promote homosexuality in this country was called the Mattachine Society. And it was founded by Henry Hay, a leading member of the Communist Party. So since I was studying communism and teaching on the issue of communism, you just follow leads, and all of a sudden you realize, what is this Mattachine? I never heard of this Mattachine Society. Well, it was Henry Hay's organization set up to infiltrate the culture of the United States to make homosexuality normal.
It's always been a movement dominated by the left. It's all these so-called isms. You'll find there's a communist or a socialist behind every one of them, and you'll always see the targets. It's basically the traditional family unit.
The war is still against the family. If you go back to the Communist Manifesto and read Karl Marx carefully, the war is against what they called the bourgeois family, which was really the biblical family, father, mother, and child.
They want to plow through marriage. They want to change the very definition and meaning of marriage, because their open door to engineering society in this utopian way is blocked by the very values of our Christian civilization that's taught through marriage.
And so the left just has got to destroy the family, because if there's any one thing that will prevent the left from carrying out its agenda, it's healthy and strong nuclear families.
And so from the Fabian Socialist Society to the Frankfurt School to Antonio Gramsci and the Communist Party USA, from these four you will find connections to almost every left-leaning person and organization in America. Their influence has been incredible. It was in the 1960s, all the groups on the left seemed to realize Antonio Gramsci was right. In a Judeo-Christian society, you will never be able to persuade people to rise up in a Marxist revolution and start killing each other off. The only way to take the culture down is through penetrating the institutions of influence to change the people from within. I guess the biggest surprise I had while studying these four groups was seeing that a large part of their agenda was trying to make us an immoral people.
The communists knew in the 1930s and since that time, and the leftists know today, that if you can break down the cultural traditions, the basic rules of morality, then it's much easier to move people in different directions that are counter to the good of society.
They recognize that it's all part of the same fabric. Their ideologies all work together to break down families, to break down the sanctity of human life, the value of human life, to break down the idea that there is a God that we are accountable to.
They essentially are validating the Judeo-Christian worldview by the very things they attack. Because in their effort to destroy our culture, they know that they have to go after the very things that the Judeo-Christian tradition honors and values. Morality, belief in God, faith, the importance of family, the sanctity of life, the sanctity of marriage.
It's amazing our enemies could see our morality was our greatest strength. And yet so many Americans don't seem to get it. Morality is simply having the character to do what you should do instead of what you have the freedom to do. And that's the only way freedom works. A people cannot be given freedom without morality, or they will self-destruct. And that's what we see happening in America today. The bottom line is freedom and free enterprise are simply fruit on the tree of morality. Our founding fathers clearly understood this principle, and so do our enemies. There is an important fact we need to face. If we had Ronald Reagan as president, low taxes, and a strong national defense, the ship certainly wouldn't be sinking as fast as it is now, but it would still be sinking. A booming economy doesn't take care of the major problems we face. 50% of all marriages end in divorce. 40% of all children born out of wedlock. Over 3,000 women a day aborting their babies. 19 million new cases each year of sexually transmitted diseases. Schools that teach the children everything's relative. There is no right or wrong. And the list goes on and on. I recently read in our local paper that over the last 12 months, almost 7% of all high school students in my state tried to commit suicide. Our society is falling apart, whether we want to admit it or not. Karl Marx had the insight to see that dethroning God and destroying capitalism went hand in hand. As you attempt to dethrone God by erasing the morality in the society and destroying his institutions, the family and the church, you are destroying capitalism. Because as the families fall apart and the church loses its influence, society starts to crumble. And then government has to expand to pick up the pieces.
The question, as Whittaker Chambers put it, was God or man? God or man?
Karl Marx was an atheist.
Marx's philosophy was that people existed for the benefit of the state.
What Marxism did and does, and all the other isms of the modern era, is to try to dethrone God by deifying man.
You have to discredit God.
is your competition.
The 20th century ushered in several ideologies that sought to devalue God and elevate man. Communism, relativism, humanism, they all deny that there's a God, and they claim that by doing so they're really elevating man. But if you look at how each of those philosophies end up working out in real life, there are always some classes of human beings that don't deserve the same value or rights as anyone else.
To turn it around, to believe in freedom, the way we have been raised, you have to believe that there's something precious about every human person. And of course that's from the Bible. Imago Dei, we are all created in the image of God. Therefore, every human being is entitled to respect and dignity and freedom, and that is distinctive to biblical religion. You don't find anywhere else.
Almost all the ideas that have made America such a unique and great country our founding fathers got straight out of the Bible. I guess that's why the left only has a problem with one religion, biblical Christianity. They never complain about separation of church and state when it comes to Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, or any of the other religions. In fact, a couple years ago, the Dalai Lama came to my town, and during the school day, at taxpayers' expense, thousands of our local school children were bussed in to hear him talk. I wonder if they would ever do that for someone like Billy Graham. No, they must destroy the Bible's influence in America so they can step in with big government in its place.
It's an age-old question. Are we going to believe in God, or are we going to play God ourselves?
Essentially, for the left, the choice that they see very clearly is people are going to depend upon God or they are going to depend upon government. They want people to depend upon government, so they have to destroy faith in God.
At its core, it's a rebellion against God and God's laws.
And that's what the battle is about. That's what the assault is on. That's why Christianity is a target.
And that's why we saw the gulags in the Soviet Union. We saw the concentration camps in Nazi Germany. And all the ideologies that elevate man end up devaluing certain human beings.
Dictators of the left, Hitler, Stalin, Mao, Castro, and all the others, always have come to power by acting like they're going to change things to make it better for the people. Yet history has shown us the devastating results that have happened every single time. There is no example in history of big government that didn't abuse its power over the people. But people who have believed in the God of the Bible and that our rights are a gift from Him to everyone have always stood up for the preciousness of every human life.
You look at those who have fought for true human rights throughout the ages, and it's those that do have a strong faith in God, those who fought against slavery, and those now today who are fighting for the sanctity of human life.
The Declaration says, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. Aristotle didn't believe that. He said, no, some people are born to be slaves, and some other people are born to rule over them. And the reason that you and I know different, and it's not because we're smarter than Aristotle, he's a smart man. But we have something he didn't have. We have the Bible. And so, therefore, that's where we get these ideas. And from pagan antiquity or neo-paganism or all the modernisms, you get the opposite.
After studying this topic for the last 2 years and reading literally hundreds of their books and articles and speeches, I've come to the conclusion, whether the left knows it or not, their plans and goals can all be summed up very simply. They are at war with God. A people that are moral and believe their rights come from God would not only never want what they're selling, but would also never need it. And they know that.
It's obvious if you're trying to subvert a country, you want to control the news. You want to control public opinion.
A lot of people realize, well, there's a biased media, and most people know that. Even the Washington Post admitted it. Yeah, we were biased for Obama, so what?
And when you enter into the equation, so what? That means the biases, the opinions of the reporters enter into what is news. They decide whether you ever like to know.
It's no longer a bias. They turn from just political bias to activism.
They go to the places that influence, or I should say, where they can have leverage.
Generations of journalists have been trained to interpret events, interpret the news, not report the facts, interpret the news.
They do not deal in facts because facts aren't effective for them. They have very few facts on their side.
They've gone into and penetrated these major areas to where they can influence it in the direction they want to go.
We've seen a massive shift away from old-fashioned objective news reporting to what he called interpretive reporting, that others call advocacy journalism. And it's advocacy for a cause.
And as a result, we have a news media in the United States that is extremely liberal at the present time.
Which was a major, major goal to control not merely the newsprint, but the television media and Hollywood. Stalin said himself, if I could control Hollywood, I could rule the world.
Children are always the first targets of anybody trying to bring down a system.
John Dewey is believed to be the most influential man in the whole area of public education.
He went to Russia in 1928 to help study the Karl Marx way of education, bring it back to America.
Dewey was an atheist. He was a socialist, a humanist.
He was part of the Socialist Society in America, found that.
What he believed in was that education should socialize the child to make him a willing tool of the state.
It might be surprising to some that the man who is still idolized as the father of public education in America is the very man who did everything in his power to dumb down our children so that they would willingly accept his vision of a socialist America.
It started with Dewey in the early 1900s. It expanded, really expanded since the 1960s. The hard left gets control of the teachers' unions and the training colleges. If you've got those two institutions, you can pretty much dictate all educational policy.
The people who were demonstrating against our country and against our government in the 1960s have now become tenured professors in the universities. So they're the ones who are writing the textbooks, teaching the teachers, running the teachers' colleges.
And it's self-perpetuating, because once you have the universities, then you train more cadres and more and more and more.
And they discovered that they could do more to remake our country by going into the schools than they could by throwing bombs.
I believe the average patriotic American underestimates the importance and influence education has on their children. That's how the large majority we had in 1980 to elect Ronald Reagan in a landslide has been lost. It's not because the other side has had lots of children. No, they're aborting theirs. But instead they are capturing ours through the propaganda they teach them, 7 hours a day for 13 years, and even longer if they attend college. We are losing most of our children to the other side because of the anti-American, anti-God, and anti-free enterprise rhetoric they are filled with in the government schools.
Government schools are not teaching basic reasoning processes. They're not teaching logic. They're not teaching actual data of history and science and mathematics.
And if your education is rather limited, then you're inclined to believe
that government can be the solution to your problems.
When you look at the desks in the schoolroom, you'll find 4 together, or maybe a table, they sit around a table. Independent desks are very rare in most classrooms because they don't want to promote the self-sufficiency, independence mindset.
You go back to William Z. Foster in his book, Towards Soviet America, you will see how he has a whole chapter there on how we have to supplant education in this country and ultimately force every student to attend public school. That's the other thing. I hope the homeschoolers catch on to this. The homeschoolers and the Christian day school movement are going to have some very rough times ahead of them because the public school crowd cannot afford to have any competition. And they're being given plenty of competition by the homeschoolers right now.
You see the effects of that in lowered educational standards. There's no more studying of the classics or studying of the civics or, you know, how the US Constitution was formed. It's all progressive education. It's all based on the identity politics, the isms, the current trendy isms, environmentalism, racism.
They're training them for the collective, and a collective mindset and a dependency mindset.
And it seems that they, again, want to have people be uneducated, so then they do become wards of the state. They're dependent on the government to provide everything for them.
It's under 10% of kids believe that there is an absolute right and an absolute wrong. And why are we surprised? We've sent our kids into this government system that indoctrinates them, that teaches them about tolerance and diversity and multiculturalism, and not about reading, writing, and arithmetic, not about what our founding fathers had to say. It's consequences.
Few would argue that the education the children are receiving in the public schools is pathetic at best. But with the amount of tax dollars we spend each year, over twice as much as it would cost to send the students to private school, why do we allow this to continue? The group that my investigation led me to, that seems dedicated to making sure the children don't get a good education, was a real shocker.
The schools are pretty much controlled by the Teachers Union, the National Education Association.
If you look at their platform and goals, you would think they were a socialist or almost communistic organization.
They are for the entire feminist agenda, starting with abortion on demand, tax-funded abortions. They're for the whole gay rights agenda. They're for the whole globalism agenda. They are extremely anti-parent. It is an effort to get the children to abandon the values of their parents.
National Education Association has no patience, tolerance, or use for traditional teachers. They're looking for people who want to be agents of change.
They want to throw out all the lessons of history. And really it's an attempt to then impose their own views and ideas onto people, get them to act as activists.
If you control those institutions, then you can control everything else.
It's all public schools, all for their jobs, and they have gotten behind all of the radical kinds of curriculum that's being introduced. They're for it 100%. They've had a tremendous effect on public education. It's not positive.
We also see immorality being promoted through our schools. The kind of sex ed curriculum that is being used and paid for with our tax dollars would shock most parents.
I think one of the main problems we face is parents naively thinking that the schools are the same today as they were when they were young. They don't realize there is a battle going on in this country for the hearts and minds of our children.
The game is between 15 and 25 years of age. That's the whole game. If you're over 25, the chances are they're going to put a few pennies towards you to corrupt you. But their game right now is to corrupt the 15 to 25-year-olds or less. And right now they're down in the first grade with Heather Has Two Mommies, Daddy's Roommate, Gay Pride Parade, and now by 8th grade they'll pass out condoms in school colors because that's so patriotic.
And it's perfectly obvious that you get a hold of the child early, you can change his values away from his parents' values and get him to follow you. And they're very open about saying that. The National Education Association has passed resolutions saying they want children from birth
Isn't that interesting? The Communist Manifesto also thought the state should take control of children at birth. The left has always been good at disguising their real agenda by coming up with phrases made from words we are very familiar with, but then giving them new definitions. Social justice is the current phrase of choice and is being used to teach children the failed Marxist ideas of yesteryear are what they should strive for today.
We see social justice curriculum today, which is the buzzword for communism, socialism, Marxism, which Bill Ayers is teaching. It's in many of our colleges, and the social justice curriculum is being taught in high schools all over the nation.
Justice is good. If you then start calling something blank justice, then you're modifying it. And what it really means is, I think, taking from one group of people and giving to another group. So I would call it socialism.
And it's used to break down the differences between the way things are done and the way it should be done.
So when they're teaching social justice in the schools, they're not talking about free enterprise and capitalism and individual self-responsibility, all the things that made America great. They're talking about the things that made Europe and the Soviet Union and China so bad.
The longer we allow our schools to teach the children that America has so many faults it's not worth saving, instead of the fact that even with its faults it is the greatest country that has ever existed, the less chance we have of ever turning our people back from the dead-end road we're currently on, a road that promises to give us a perfect world if we'll only give up our sovereignty and our freedom.
You're going to find more and more of the following. This is now called a world pledge. We no longer want the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America because that is considered nationalistic. And of course the socialists, the communists, and the Marxists and the extreme left wing in the country want nothing to do with it. I pledge allegiance to the world, to care for earth, sea, and air, to honor every living thing with peace and justice everywhere. This came out, first of all, in Superior, Wisconsin. So Superior, Wisconsin was their guinea pig, and there was very little said against it, and so it would then go to the next and the next and the next, and before long you'll have the whole school system standing up saying, I pledge allegiance to the world instead of I pledge allegiance to the U.S. The public schools right now, if you'll read Towards Soviet America, have nearly accepted every item that William Z. Foster said we needed to place into the public school curriculum.
And we're seeing the results, you know. People are not as informed as they once were. They think in different ways, and they think in the way that the left intends them to think.
Antonio Gramsci realized that if you can take over the institutions in a culture, you will be able to use those to influence society to create the socialist man you want. I think the most brilliant part of his plan was that he realized you could not only create a man that wanted big government to take care of him cradle to grave, but, and this is the genius of Gramsci, you could create a man that needed big government to take care of him cradle to grave. A man so dumbed down and so minimized in society, he wouldn't have the intellect or character to take care of himself. The reason this is so deadly for America is that once we have a certain percentage of the population in that category, our limited constitutional form of government is no longer possible because too many people won't be able to exist in that framework. We are approaching that tipping point rapidly.
If you can persuade people that government should be in control of the distribution and use of energy, you can persuade them, or rather, you have persuaded them of the necessary and sufficient condition for government control of the most intimate aspects of our lives.
One of the main thrusts of socialism these days is obviously through the environmental movement.
You know, one hates to pick on Al Gore too quickly and easily, but I read the whole of his book, Earth in the Balance, Ecology and the Human Spirit, back in 1992 when it was first published. And if you know anything about the history of political philosophy, you read the last chapter in that called A Global Marshall Plan, and you understand that there is no way to implement what Al Gore was calling for in 1992 in that book, except by means of totalitarian world government.
Patrick Moore, who was a co-founder of Greenpeace, and he was a very dedicated environmentalist, quit Greenpeace when he realized that it had been captured by radical leftists who were intent on using the environmental movement as a vehicle to destroy capitalism.
How many factories work when there's a power outage? None. You want to hurt business, you want to drive down industrial production, you just drive up the prices of energy, you just diminish its availability, and the easiest way to do that is to make people scared to death of the cheapest forms of energy, which are fossil fuels, oil, coal, natural gas, and nuclear energy. They had already made people afraid of nuclear because of irrational fears of nuclear reactor meltdowns, which were physically impossible anyway. But then they had to figure out a way to make them afraid of fossil fuels. Well, the way to do that was to say they're going to cause catastrophic global warming.
So I used to think this was just one great big distraction. If they want to put their energies toward the environment, but now I see that this is now being turned around and used as a tool to further a socialist agenda.
Charles Rubin, a political scientist who wrote the book The Green Crusade, has told this story extremely well. Environment comes from a French word meaning surroundings. Well, now, what is surroundings? Everything around you, right? And so, as Rubin points out, environmentalism is literally everythingism. And so, if you were a socialist committed ideologically to the notion of government having control of everything about our lives, and you saw that you were losing the contest in terms of the creation of wealth and its distribution to capitalism, you had to find some other basis on which to promote your vision of government and to pursue its implementation. Environmentalism, or everythingism, was the perfect card.
In December of 2009, when the ClimateGate scandal broke open and it became public that even the leaders of the movement knew the whole global warming idea was a farce, it wasn't them just having bad data, we as Americans knew once and for all that this movement was simply part of their agenda. It's my guess that regardless of the evidence that comes out against them, they will not let this tool they have waited the last 100 years for go to waste. A tool that gives them the absolute power and control they want, but allows them to get it under the guise of saving the planet.
He was born of left-wing parents. He was mentored as a young man by a Communist Party member called Frank Marshall Davis. Now Davis joined the Communist Party in Chicago, and he was very well connected there. So young Obama eventually wound up in Chicago, and he started working with the very same people that had been working with his friend Frank Marshall Davis.
All of his associations have been with people that are way left of center, hardcore left.
And he's doing nothing more than what is predictable based upon that background.
The nicest word for his agenda is the socialist agenda, and we could go on down the line of the other descriptors of the types of an economy and a society that he's building.
He's all the things that Gramsci wanted to use for social change. Yeah, he's the epitome of the movement.
If you think there's no way that so few could be so effective, consider this. When the Communist Party USA split in 1992, the group that formed was the Committees of Correspondence, and it was their meeting I attended that summer at Berkeley. As I started researching that group, I saw that many of the same people who started or have worked with the Committees of Correspondence and its sister organizations were the same people who were involved with President Obama's campaign and administration. I found file after file on Trevor Loudon's website documenting with footnotes and photographs these connections. The radical left has been so successful they have persuaded the American people to put one of their own in the White House.
Socialism and Marxism go together like Mary and Mary's little lamb.
The general populace knows very little about what the socialists are up to.
If you're going to find socialism, you're going to find the hardcore communists right behind it.
One of the main avenues has been through what they call the Congressional Progressive Caucus. 20% of the US Congress are members of this organization. They have chairmanships of most of the major House committees and are easily the single most powerful bloc in the US Congress. And virtually all of them are tied to either Democratic Socialists of America, the Communist Party USA, or other radical organizations.
We're literally at this very time watching what's transpiring and has been going on from the Fabian socialist point of view from 1883 to the present. So these guys don't give up.
And they're going at a breakneck speed because they know they've got an opportunity now to change America in a way that can never be changed back. And they're going for broke.
The Bolsheviks, they're just waiting in the woods and they're just smiling like you can't believe. You just read the Communist Party USA blog and they just can't believe their good fortune. Every time they turn around, they just can't believe this is happening. They're like me. I'm a Christian conservative and I can't believe they've been so successful in doing this.
The left has started multitudes of foundations and nonprofit organizations, many of which are using our tax dollars to grind America down.
They use all kinds of patriotic words to masquerade an extreme leftist orientation, which, if anything, would enslave the people in the same kinds of things with the same kind of ultimate results as communism had.
The communists will let the socialists go so far, and then ultimately the communists really turn on their fellow socialists and they wipe them out too. And their attitude, I think, is really probably pretty close. They figure, look, if these socialists betrayed their own country, the chances are, once we get in power, they'll betray us too. So they'll figure, let's just rub them out right now. And at a given point, you'll see in the history of communism that they've been very effective in rubbing out their fellow socialists who brought about their socialism before the Bolsheviks and the hardcore communists with a capital C took them over.
One thing we do really have to recognize is this is a domestic enemy. This is not just people with different ideas. These are not just nice folks who have funny, silly ideas that they will eventually figure out or just not very mature. No, these people are dangerous, dangerous enemies, and they are intent on overthrowing this country and imposing a socialist system that will mean extreme hardship for the vast majority of people in this country.
That's true with them constantly seeking to re-engineer society so they reach this level of utopian perfection. Where we, on the other side, we advance the idea that this is about the cause of freedom, and if it hadn't been for Jesus Christ, there never would have been a United States of America, because the inspiration for freedom drove our founding fathers. They were informed by their faith, and I believe guided by the hand of God.
No. No.
Perhaps treacherously close.
It is never over until it's over. When the fat lady sings, isn't that the slogan? And when the fat lady sings, it's over. Now she might be clearing her throat.
We saw the great country of Germany in the 1920s brought to its knees. Hitler came into power and destroyed the country. We see countries like Zimbabwe in Africa, which was once a prosperous breadbasket, now just wrecked. Argentina was destroyed by the Socialist Peron in the 50s. It was one of the richest countries in the world. So, no, we're not at the point of no return, but it's getting pretty late in the day. There's no time to be casual, that's for sure.
We've spent too many years thinking, because we have Republicans in office, or the stock market is doing well, that everything's okay. This is why the left has gained so much ground. It doesn't matter who's been in office. They've just continued pushing forward with their agenda. Well, I believe this is our last chance to push back.
If people are looking for something to do, we have our work cut out for us.
I believe one of the things that we can do that will have a profound impact in changing America is praying.
As soon as we get off our knees, we need to get on our feet.
Become educated about what's going on in the country.
Spend time reading, understand their philosophy and their goals.
They have to master this documentary. They have to go over it a dozen times.
It might be having a monthly movie night with family and friends, watching one of the many great documentaries out there about what is going on in our country.
One of the things that I think people in the United States who believe in our country, believe in our values, can do, quite frankly, is stand up for those values, to make their views known.
And there's times that you got to speak up, and you've got to call things what they are.
We need to be willing to be criticized and to not be silent because of the criticism.
It was Martin Luther who said, if we're faithful on all battlefronts besides, precisely where the battle's the hottest, then we're traitors to the cause.
I like the quote by Abraham Lincoln, who said that silence makes cowards out of the best of men. And we got a lot of people that need to be speaking up right now.
We have an obligation to speak the truth about the policies that are taking us 180 degrees from God's will.
Expand within your church. Expand within the people you have contact. Bring them up to speed and knowledge on what's going on.
We need to organize those around us by simply mobilizing the unique groups of people we are in contact with and being their source of information. We can have an extraordinary effect.
Lenin said that the organized minority will beat the disorganized majority every time.
Why should we be buying products from companies that are going to fund organizations that attack our values?
They need to be really smart in using the mass media. They might want to blog.
Using the power of YouTube and that sort of thing to educate as many people as possible. A good YouTube video can reach millions of people. And if Susan Boyle can do it, why can't we?
If you do the right kinds of things on YouTube that are creative and do them frequently, you can drive a message through society, influencing millions at almost no cost.
We need to be the people who graciously but consistently make contact.
And express to those folks we elected what we want them to do, and what we believe in, what we think is right. And if they don't follow those things, then we need to make efforts to get them out and get other people in that will.
Pick the good ones and stick to them. Don't waste your time on people who won't stand up for their country.
All the others are making contact. The people who really want to honor America need to make contact.
We also need to be influencing our own families. We've got to teach our own children and grandchildren the difference between truth and error, why they believe the things they do, and the true source of America's greatness.
If what we're talking about is true, the most important thing we can do is protect our young, because that is where all of this is leading. They need to get that younger generation under their belt.
And more parents are going to have to say, they're just going to have to sacrifice and take responsibility for their kids' education, because that's really where it starts, to impart that belief. The Southern Baptists, we're seeing that 85% of their kids, after they get out of their home, are essentially rejecting their faith, rejecting what they were taught. And of course, I think the reason for that is because the parents didn't have a lot of influence over them.
I believe the public schools are the greatest cultural influence in this country.
You homeschool your kids or get them in a Christian day school.
If there is any way at all, homeschool your children. Homeschoolers out-test everybody.
Our children need to be taught from Scripture a properly biblical worldview.
That requires time. It requires effort. It requires purpose.
Our minds should be the sharpest minds in the world.
We need to work within our family to educate our children on what kind of country they live in and build their faith, and then get involved.
The left has been working for decades to push us away from God and His laws, and we need to be willing to sacrifice whatever it takes to turn our country back to Him. Throughout our history as Americans, though, there has always been a great price to be paid for preserving, protecting, and defending this great land.
The people who built America paid a great price. The people who went to war for our nation, boy, did they pay a price. And one of the American values was, we will pay a price for what is right. We will give of ourselves, even if it requires the giving of our lives. That was an American value. That's why it is such a heroic and honorable thing when a soldier defending us pays that price. That's like when you go to Arlington Cemetery in Washington, or the Tomb of the Unknown. You stand there and you say, this is America. We were the people who so believed in these values that it's an honor to stand for, even if it can cost you your very life.
One thing I think we do need to remember, though, is that as we look at those we consider to be heroes in the past, they weren't people who just went along with the status quo. They weren't people who were just saying what was accepted at that time in history. There were people who were rising up above the evil that was being committed in their culture at that time. That's why they were heroes, because they weren't like everyone else.
Never, ever lose sight of the power of one individual American. They can have an unbelievable magnifying effect just by the very fact they make up their mind to do so.
The hope is in this, as Francis Schaeffer said, that as the dull ache of the human soul can no longer be filled with material prosperity, people are going to turn to spiritualism, whether it be pagan spirituality or biblical Christianity. We know, according to the Denver Post, June of 2008, pagan spirituality is doubling in America every 18 months. So we better get out there, because I'll tell you, pagan spirituality and Christianity will both get you to God, but one will get you there as your judge, as your Savior.
If we humble ourselves, we fall to our knees, if we seek His face, we pray, and we turn from our wicked ways, then we have a chance for God to hear from heaven, to forgive our sins, and heal our land.
And if we are being judged, then we need to use this as an opportunity to show people that this judgment in this life is nothing compared to the judgment that's to come, that's eternal, and really make them understand the importance of fleeing God's wrath by accepting Him, repenting of their sins through faith and repentance.
I believe that's the only chance, the only hope we have as a nation. Hope is not found in rhetoric. Hope is found in God, the God of creation. And you know what? Our founders were in covenant with that God.
You need a dedicated, informed, praying Christian making things happen and being determined to do so.
Time has only allowed me to present a fraction of what I found. The reason I called this film Agenda is because I wanted to make a clear distinction between what I was researching and all the conspiracy theories out there. The dictionary says a conspiracy is an evil plan formulated in secret by two or more persons, but an agenda is simply a list of things to be done. At every turn of my investigation, I have found agendas by people and groups of the left outlining their plan in their own words. They've been doing most of this right out in the open. Some of you might be thinking, these Marxist ideas aren't the most serious threat we face. What about militant Islam, or open borders, the national debt, or even China? Well, I agree. America is facing so many serious threats right now. But the reason I believe this is the most dire is because it's destroying us on the inside. Through the political correctness and dumbing down, it's causing us to lose our ability to call evil evil and stand against it. I fear for our country. If we go along business as usual, not informed, not aware of what's going on, then the very small minority that have a plan and are great at organizing the uninformed and misguided will make sure their plan is carried out. I hope you realize it won't just be your children and grandchildren that pay the horrific price of living in the society they're trying to create. No, it will be far worse than that.
Every time a civilization goes down or a country goes down militarily or economically, somebody else fills the gap. Now if you look around the world now, it's going to be China, which is massively arming. You've got Russia, which is becoming increasingly belligerent. You've got the radical Islamic world, which works hand in glove with the Russians and the Chinese all the time. You've got a virtually red Latin America. You've got a neutral socialist Europe. So America hasn't got a lot of friends left in the world. Now, that's just not going to affect America. That's going to affect every single remaining country in the free world. Who's going to stand up to China if America doesn't? Who's going to stand up to the Russians? Is Europe going to do it? Australia, New Zealand, Canada? Not a chance. If America, and this is the point I think Americans need to comprehend, if America goes down economically, it will go down militarily. If America goes down militarily, we all go down. The free world is finished, and will be finished for a very, very long time.
This national feeling is good, but it won't count for much, and it won't last unless it's grounded in thoughtfulness and knowledge. An informed patriotism is what we want. And are we doing a good enough job teaching our children what America is and what she represents in the long history of the world? Those of us who are over 35 or so years of age grew up in a different America. We were taught very directly what it means to be an American. And we absorbed almost in the air a love of country and an appreciation of its institutions. If you didn't get these things from your family, you got them from the neighborhood, from the father down the street who fought in Korea, or the family who lost someone at Anzio. Or you could get a sense of patriotism from school. And if all else failed, you could get a sense of patriotism from the popular culture. The movies celebrated democratic values and implicitly reinforced the idea that America was special. TV was like that too, through the mid-60s. But now we're about to enter the 90s, and some things have changed. Younger parents aren't sure that an unambivalent appreciation of America is the right thing to teach modern children. And as for those who create the popular culture, well-grounded patriotism is no longer the style. Our spirit is back, but we haven't re-institutionalized it. We've got to do a better job of getting across that America is freedom. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of enterprise, and freedom is special and rare. It's fragile. It needs production. So we've got to teach history based not on what's in fashion, but what's important. Why the Pilgrims came here, who Jimmy Doolittle was, and what those 30 seconds over Tokyo meant. You know, 4 years ago, on the 40th anniversary of D-Day, I read a letter from a young woman writing to her late father, who had fought on Omaha Beach. Her name was Lisa Zanata Henn, and she said, "We will always remember. We will never forget what the boys of Normandy did." Well, let's help her keep her word. If we forget what we did, we won't know who we are. I'm warning of an eradication of the American memory that could result ultimately in an erosion of the American spirit. Let's start with some basics. More attention to American history and a greater emphasis on civic ritual. And let me offer lesson number 1 about America. All great change in America begins at the dinner table. So tonight in the kitchen, I hope the talking begins. And children, if your parents haven't been teaching you what it means to be an American, let them know and nail them on it. That would be a very American thing to do.
These United States are confronted with an economic affliction of great proportions. It distorts our economic decisions, penalizes thrift, and crushes the struggling young and the fixed-income elderly alike. It threatens to shatter the lives of millions of our people. Idle industries have cast workers into unemployment, human misery, and personal indignity. Those who do work are denied a fair return for their labor by a tax system which penalizes successful achievement and keeps us from maintaining full productivity. We have piled deficit upon deficit, mortgaging our future and our children's future for the temporary convenience of the present. To continue this long trend is to guarantee tremendous social, cultural, political, and economic upheavals. You and I, as individuals, can, by borrowing, live beyond our means, but for only a limited period of time. Why then should we think that collectively, as a nation, we're not bound by that same limitation? We must act today in order to preserve tomorrow. The economic ills we suffer have come upon us over several decades. They will not go away in days, weeks, or months, but they will go away. They will go away because we, as Americans, have the capacity now, as we've had in the past, to do whatever needs to be done to preserve this last and greatest bastion of freedom. In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem. From time to time, we've been tempted to believe that society has become too complex to be managed by self-rule, that government by an elite group is superior to government for, by, and of the people. Well, if no one among us is capable of governing himself, then who among us has the capacity to govern someone else? All of us together, in and out of government, must bear the burden. The solutions we seek must be equitable, with no one group singled out to pay a higher price. Well, our concern must be for a special interest group that has been too long neglected. It knows no sectional boundaries or ethnic and racial divisions, and it crosses political party lines. It is made up of men and women who raise our food, patrol our streets, man our mines and factories, teach our children, keep our homes, and heal us when we're sick. Professionals, industrialists, shopkeepers, clerks, cabbies, and truck drivers. They are, in short, we the people. Putting America back to work means putting all Americans back to work. All must share in the productive work of this new beginning. So as we begin, let us take inventory. We are a nation that has a government, not the other way around. Our government has no power except that granted it by the people. It is time to check and reverse the growth of government, which shows signs of having grown beyond the consent of the governed. All of us need to be reminded that the federal government did not create the states. The states created the federal government. Government can and must provide opportunity, not smother it. Foster productivity, not stifle it. If we look to the answer as to why for so many years we achieved so much, prospered as no other people on earth, it was because here in this land we unleashed the energy and individual genius of man to a greater extent than has ever been done before. Freedom and the dignity of the individual have been more available and assured here than in any other place on earth. The price for this freedom at times has been high, but we have never been unwilling to pay that price. It is no coincidence that our present troubles parallel and are proportionate to the intervention and intrusion in our lives that result from unnecessary and excessive growth of government. It is time for us to realize that we're too great a nation to limit ourselves to small dreams. We're not, as some would have us believe, doomed to an inevitable decline. I do not believe in a fate that will fall on us no matter what we do. I do believe in a fate that will fall on us if we do nothing. So with all the creative energy at our command, let us begin an era of national renewal. Let us renew our determination, our courage, and our strength. And let us renew our faith and our hope. We have every right to dream heroic dreams. Those who say that we're in a time when there are no heroes, they just don't know where to look. You can see heroes every day going in and out of factory gates. Others, a handful in number, produce enough food to feed all of us and then the world beyond. You meet heroes across a counter, and they're on both sides of that counter. There are entrepreneurs with faith in themselves and faith in an idea who create new jobs, new wealth, and opportunity. They're individuals and families who take taxes, support the government, and whose voluntary gifts support church, charity, culture, art, and education. Their values sustain our national life. Now, I have used the words they and their in speaking of these heroes. I could say you and your, because I'm addressing the heroes of whom I speak. You, the citizens of this blessed land. On the eve of our struggle for independence, a man who might have been one of the greatest among the founding fathers, Dr. Joseph Warren, President of the Massachusetts Congress, said to his fellow Americans, "Our country is in danger, but not to be despaired of. On you depend the fortunes of America. You are to decide the important question upon which rests the happiness and the liberty of millions yet unborn. Act worthy of yourselves." Well, I believe we, the Americans of today, are ready to act worthy of ourselves. Ready to do what must be done to ensure happiness and liberty for ourselves, our children, and our children's children. And as we renew ourselves here in our own land, we will be seen as having greater strength throughout the world. We will again be the exemplar of freedom and a beacon of hope for those who do not now have freedom. To those neighbors and allies who share our freedom, we will strengthen our historic ties and assure them of our support and firm commitment. We will match loyalty with loyalty. We will strive for mutually beneficial relations. We will not use our friendship to impose on their sovereignty, for our own sovereignty is not for sale. As for the enemies of freedom, those who are potential adversaries, they will be reminded that peace is the highest aspiration of the American people. We will negotiate for it, sacrifice for it. We will not surrender for it now or ever. Our reluctance for conflict should not be misjudged as a failure of will. When action is required to preserve our national security, we will act. We will maintain sufficient strength to prevail if need be, knowing that if we do so, we have the best chance of never having to use that strength. Above all, we must realize that no arsenal or no weapon in the arsenals of the world is so formidable as the will and moral courage of free men and women. It is a weapon our adversaries in today's world do not have. It is a weapon that we as Americans do have. Let that be understood by those who practice terrorism and prey upon their neighbors. Standing here, one faces a magnificent vista And on the far shore, the sloping hills of Arlington National Cemetery, with its row upon row of simple white markers bearing crosses or stars of David, they add up to only a tiny fraction of the price that has been paid for our freedom. Each one of those markers is a monument to the kind of hero I spoke of earlier. Their lives ended in places called Belleau Wood, the Argonne, Omaha Beach, Salerno, and halfway around the world on Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Pork Chop Hill, the Chosin Reservoir, and in 100 rice paddies and jungles of a place called Vietnam. Under one such marker lies a young man, Martin Treptow, who left his job in a small-town barber shop in 1917 to go to France. There on the Western Front, he was killed trying to carry a message between battalions under heavy artillery fire. We're told that on his body was found a diary. On the flyleaf, under the heading, My Pledge, he had written these words: America must win this war. Therefore I will work, I will save, I will sacrifice, I will endure. I will fight cheerfully and do my utmost as if the issue of the whole struggle depended on me alone. The crisis we're facing today does not require of us the kind of sacrifice that Martin Treptow and so many thousands of others were called upon to make. It does require, however, our best effort and our willingness to believe in ourselves and to believe in our capacity to perform great deeds, to believe that together, with God's help, we can and will resolve the problems which now confront us. And after all, why shouldn't we believe that? We are Americans. God bless you and thank you.
Captain Rogers, what is your...
Steve, is that you? Are you all right?
Peggy, Schmidt's dead.
What about the plane?
That's a little bit tougher to explain.
Give me your coordinates. I'll find you a safe landing site.
There's not going to be a safe landing, but I can try and force it down.
I'll get Howard on the line. He'll know what to do.
There's not enough time. This thing's moving too fast and it's heading for New York. I gotta put her in the water.
Please, don't do this. We have time. We can work it out.
Right now, I'm in the middle of nowhere. If I wait any longer, a lot of people are gonna die. Peggy, this is my choice. Gonna need a rain check on that dance.
All right. A week next Saturday at the Stork Club.
You got it.
8 o'clock on the dot. Don't you dare be late. Understood?
You know, I still don't know how to dance.
I'll show you how. Just be there.
We'll have the band play something slow. I'd hate to step on your...
Steve? Steve? Steve.
Captain.
On the goose, stepping goons from Berlin.